Good morning to all the faculty connected at the various centers: NI, Northern India Engineering College, New Delhi; MIET Meerut; KIET Ghaziabad; and JSS Academy, Noida. I am TN Thukral from NITTTR. I'll be talking on the topic of sampling techniques today. If I see the program today, I observe that up till yesterday you were told about the review of literature, concept of research, then emerging areas of research. And once we talk about the term research, research is a formal, systematic application of scientific method to study the various problems. And research has two main characteristics: systematic and scientific. Systematic means it follows certain steps which are logical in order, and it's scientific because it involves integrated use of induction and deduction reasoning. And if we see the type of research that is based on purpose and based on methods, and the education research is divided into three major components, that is basic research, applied research, and action research. Basic research is to add to existing body of knowledge. Applied research is first testing the theory, and action research to solve the immediate problems. And the other way, that there are various types of research, that is experimental research, descriptive research, historical research, evaluation, correlational research, ex post facto research. Every type of research has the different purpose, and in our case, where the sampling is taken, that is based on descriptive research. In descriptive research is generally, which is also called survey research. In this case, it is we get a lot of population and we do survey, and for that we cannot reach to the other end. So what we do, we take a sample. So sampling is indispensable technique of behavioral sciences. Research work cannot be undertaken without the use of sampling. Research design is based on the sampling of the study. The concept of sampling has been introduced in research with a view to making research findings economical and accurate. Sampling is fundamental to all statistical methodology of behavioral and social researches. Sampling is deliberate and not a haphazard attempt. So there are different types of sampling we will be discussing, and I take a very layman example. We see that traders, the material, grains, everything comes in bags, gunny bags. So how they test what type of, what quality they are getting? What they will be doing, they will take a handful of the grains from the bag and will see and observe, and based upon that the trading will be done. Now you take the case of housewife. She doesn't check each and every grain or rice in the cooker. She will take only a part of that and will feel and see that it is properly cooked. If we see in our offices or our institutions, an inspection team comes, we see that they pose certain questions to students to judge their understanding. And there can be many more examples. If we go towards the medical side, the psychologist, he doesn't examine every child. He will have the feel of various problems in different children, and see that he will come to the consensus that this is the probable problem with the child. Now if we go towards the botanist, he will not examine every plant. If we see the zoologist, he will not examine every animal. Even the historian can't examine every document, yet generalization is made. So with this small introduction, we'll start. Structure of my presentation will be meaning and definition of sampling, various sampling terms, characteristics of sampling design, limitations of sampling, types of sampling, probability sampling, non-probability sampling, and a small exercise. There will be objective type questions for your brush up. Sample and sampling. A sample. As we go to the market, we ask for please give me a sample or give me a piece of item from which we will judge what is the quality and what is the cost. A sample is a small but representative. The main focus is it is representative. Collection of units from a population used to determine truth about the population. And what is population? Population is a larger whole from which the sample is gathered. Sampling is a process of inferring something about a larger group of elements by studying only a part of it. Sampling means only we are studying a part of it. Jump कर रही jump कर रही कोई नहीं. Various terms. Population. Population is defined as the entire group under study, and the different elements of population are individuals, families, groups, class, or any other group. Define target population. What is target population means? From which we have to do the survey work. Identify the group of interest and its characteristics to which the findings of the study will be generalized, called target population. Sampling frame. It is a concrete listing of all the elements in the population. Sampling error. It is the error which arises on account of sampling. So these are the terms which we'll be using in the process of sampling. Sample design. Sample design is a subset of cases from the population chosen to represent it. By using the subset, we can infer the characteristics of the population. In simple terms, methodological plan to obtain sample from the given population. Sample size. As a general rule, sample should be large but not unnecessarily large. We have to keep in mind that sample is generally, it should be large, it should not be too small. Factors that affect the sample size include, there are various factors: nature of population, complexity of tabulation. After getting the data, how we will be tabulating? Data collection and resources of researcher, that is time, money. All these things one has to keep in mind. Length of questionnaire, number of field workers, location and spread of units, refusal rates, mortality rates, number of uncontrolled variables, and statistical technique which will be adopted after we get the data. Then there must be some basis for sampling. One is homogeneity and complexity. As we observe that if we see the student community, we find there is similarity in students, but there are some heterogeneity also is there, and still the complex nature of the human being, we find that there is a similarity of the students. Possibility of representative selection. If the number of units are selected on purely random basis, each unit has equal opportunity for representation. Third is cent% accuracy not essential, where the cent% accuracy is not essential. This is the basis of sampling. Researchers have to depend upon averages and estimates ultimately. And uses of sampling. A large population can be covered through sampling. Though we cannot reach, but having the proper sample, we can reach to the larger population. Sampling saves lot of energy, money and time. It is obvious that there are certain distances and certain places which are out of reach, and there's a lot of time required, and money or the transportation is required. And if we have the sample, certainly we can save energy, money and time. Sampling technique is very useful when these units are relatively homogeneous. Method become inevitable when cent% accuracy is not required. When data are unlimited, this method become handy. Suppose the data is unlimited, very large, so we take the sample. Characteristics. Ideal sample design. It must produce representative sample. Our sample has to be very representative. It results in less sampling errors. So sampling error should be the minimal. It must be feasible in the context of available funds meant for the research study. So we have to see the constraints also: time, money and resources. It must be free from error due to bias or deliberate selection of the sample. Suppose we have to conduct a study or some survey. It is not only that we take a certain chunk of people which are known to us or a certain category of people and we get the data, and the result will not be as what we desire. It must be adequate in size so that it becomes really reliable. So we must go towards the reliability of the sample. It must have results which can be applied to whole population. In addition, sample design should be able to prevent systematic bias. There should not be any biasing. It should be free from biases. But in certain type of sampling, biasing is there. Advantages of sampling. Reduces time and cost. That is, it has to be economical. Greater speed. Speed will be more if we have got the proper sampling. Saves labor. Greater scope and accuracy. Quality of research study is better. Provides quicker results. Effective if population is infinite. Better rapport. Rapport means once we go for this survey type, or we to get the data, we get acquaintance with the people from where we are getting the information or the data, and ultimately they become our friend. And for the further inquiry and the further information or further checkups, we can have the rapport with those fellows. Suitable in limited resources. So in case of sampling, it is suitable with limited resources. Limitations of sampling. Results obtained may be misleading and incorrect. It is quite possible if our sample is not proper or sample is not taken properly, the results obtained may be misleading or incorrect. A large sample has all the drawbacks of census survey. What is census surveys? What is the difference between census and population or universe? Census means that we are checking or we are getting information from every item. मतलब कि मान लीजिए कि suppose we have got 10,000 of people, we will go to each one of the 10,000s and ultimately we will be having the exact information, but how much time and how much energy is utilized for this. So we have to see that it should be economical. So that's why we take the sample. Complicated sampling may require more labor. Sometimes while taking the sample there is a complications, so that will require more labor. Representative may not be possible in certain cases. We only took the sample, but whether it's representative or not, we never thought of. So we must consider. So there are various sampling methods. So before we go towards that, we see that there are some drawbacks also of sampling. So we'll discuss later on. Sampling methods. Probability sampling. The other is non-probability sampling. So there are two major types of sampling, that is probability sampling and other is non-probability sampling. So we further classify these. Probability sampling, simple random sampling. You might have heard the word of random sampling. Systematic random sampling. Then stratified random sampling, cluster sampling, multi-stage or multi-phase sampling. So these come under the category of probability sampling. And in case of non-probability sampling, that is convenience sampling, judgment sampling, quota sampling, snowball sampling. The first is probability sampling. As the name implies, the probability sampling is a technique in which every unit or the element has in the population has a chance greater than 0, means it has got some number, has a greater chance of being selected in the sample, and this probability can be accurately determined in case of probability sampling. When every element in the population does have the same probability of selection, this is known as equal probability of selection. Such designs are also referred to as self-weighting because all sampled units are given the same weight. So we have to see that the equal weightage is given to the different groups. Precise definition: a probability sampling can be defined as a technique that ensures random sampling, that is a sample which is representative of population from which it is drawn. So basically, what is probability sampling? It's a technique that ensures random sampling. In this technique, the selection of element or unit is made through chance procedures such as flipping a coin or drawing a number out of any arm. जैसे किसी बर्तन में हमने डाले होते हैं तो we take out. This process of selecting elements or units is called random selection. In this technique, the selection of elements or units is made through chance procedure such as flipping a coin or drawing a number out of any arm. This process of selecting elements or unit is called random selection. Probability sampling, that is random sampling. Simple, there are further types. Simple random sampling. It is the basic probability sampling technique, and all other methods are variations of simple random sampling method. It can be defined as the method of sampling which provides every element in the population an equal and known chance of being selected in the method. So what steps are to be followed in this? Define the population. First, we must know what is the population. Get the sampling frame or listing up all the units of the population and the number them from 1 to n. Decide upon the size of the sample or the number of the element or the number of units be included in the sample. So first we decide about the population, then sampling frames 1 to n, then decide upon the size of the sample or the number of the element or number of the units to be included in the sample. Selection of sample. There are various types. Lottery, use of table of random numbers, use of computers. Now computers are available, so there is easy access. Advantages: easy to conduct. Strategy requires minimum knowledge of the population to be sampled. And what are the disadvantages? Need name of all the population members. May overrepresent or underestimate sample members. There is difficulty in reaching all the selected in the sample. So we observe that about the population, then overrepresentation and underrepresentation. And there is a difficulty in researching all selected in the sample. Then systematic random sampling. The first was simple random sampling, the other is systematic random sampling. It is a modification of simple random sampling, also known as quasi-random sampling. It is in between the probability and non-probability sampling. The researcher is selecting every kth unit until the intended size of sample size is obtained. So we decide in this, we set a system that suppose we start from 3 and after 8th we will picking up a particular item. So 3, then plus 8, 11 and so on till our size of the sample is complete. Steps to be followed. In this case, what steps are required? Select a random number which will be known as k. Get the list of people or observe a flow of people. Select every kth person. Careful that there is no systematic rhythmic or to the flow or the list of people. So if every fourth person on the list is say rich or senior, some another consistent pattern, avoid this method. So we have to see that every person or the kth person is taken into our sample. We have taken one example. Let the population size be n. N is equal to say 40. And the sample size is small n, that is 5. Then sampling interval will be capital N over small n, that becomes 8. Now every 9th unit will be included in the sample. So let randomly select number as 3, then we select unit number as 11, 19, 27 till requisite sample size is reached. Suppose most of the 8th number is defective. So while doing this sampling, we observe that the most of the 8th number is defective, then representativeness cannot be ensured. then stratified sampling. The another is, the first one is simple, then systematic, then stratified. The population is divided into subgroups with homogeneous and similar characteristics. So we will make homogeneous groups in this case, and which have the similar characteristics. The subgroups are known as the strata. So while we making the groups or subgroups, so subgroup is known as the strata, and from this the name has been set as stratified sampling. The members are similar to each other in the stratum and they different from members from the other stratum. So we observe that from the one group, we see that the similar stratum is coming and but the different from members of the other stratum. But दूसरे जो stratum है उसका जो members हैं वो different होंगे. Steps to be followed: separate your population into groups or strata. Do either a simple random sampling or systematic random sampling. You must easily what the strata are before attempting this. If your sampling frame is sorted by, say, school, district, then you should be able to use this method. Suppose we have got a different set of things. Suppose we have got northern India, so different states, some particular districts, particular institutions or technical institutions. So then we will be using this method. So let us take one example. Let the whole population is N. It is divided into P subgroups or strata. So there will be P stratas on the basis of socio-economical status, SES. Here SES I mean socio-economic status of the people. So if we add the whole n's, that N1, N2, N3 and reach to NP, because we have made into subgroups and the total is equal to N. And if simple random sample is drawn from each strata independently, that small n is equal to N1, this is equal sampling, N1, N2, N3 and is equal to NP. So example sampling frame means we are making a sample frame of university students. There can be senior students, there can be junior students, and from that we can draw the sample. We cannot go haphazardly that from one side or one group we took the sample. We will make the subgroups, juniors and seniors, and we will draw the sample. Advantages: more precise and efficient sample. Can be used for both proportions and stratified sampling. Samples represent the desired strata. Suppose we have divided the population into different strata and every strata is represented. So disadvantages: there is difficulty in reaching all selected in the sample. We made the strata, but there is sometimes a difficulty to reach to those. Researchers must have names of all the populations. Then faulty classification. So classification can be faulty. Then comes cluster sampling. This is the fourth one. Cluster sampling is also known as area sampling. We divide the population in different clusters. It is possible for the researcher to sample areas or clusters of element first and then to sample individuals or elements within the cluster when the selection of individual members of the population is impractical or too expensive. So we cluster and we draw the sample. We take one example from this. There is one question I have made. An investigator is to select 100 persons from 5,000 persons. Suppose these 100 persons are housed in 500 independent units of industrial area phase 2. Describe how the 100 persons for the sample would be selected by using cluster sampling technique. So I have taken this one example. Suppose I am an investigator and there we have to select 100 persons out of 5,000, and suppose 100 persons are housed in 500 independent units of industrial area. Describe how the 100 persons of the sample would be selected by using cluster sampling technique. So solution is given. Since 5,000 persons are housed in 500 independent industrial units, so average number who belong to each independent unit is equal to 10. Yes. 10 industrial units would be selected at random, and the persons to these industrial units would constitute the 100 needed for the study. So what we can do, average number of who being to each independent unit, that is 10. Thus 10 industrial units will be selected at random, and the persons from these industrial units would be constitute the 100 needed for study, because we wanted only 100 persons for the study. Steps to be followed. In this case, what steps are to be followed? Get the list of clusters, that is branches of the company. Randomly sample cluster from the list. Have a list of say 10 branches. Randomly sample people within these branches. This method is complex and expensive, but by doing clustering we can have the representative data. Advantages. This method of sampling is efficient. Researchers do not need name of all the population members. In earlier methods, there was requirement of having the full information about the population members. Reduce travel to the site. Useful for educational research. And disadvantage, fewer sampling points make it less likely that the sample is representative, because we are taking samples at the fewer points. There can be not fully representative sample. Then comes the stage sampling. It is an extension of cluster sampling. As we talked in the cluster, it involves selecting the sample in stages, taking the samples from samples. Means we have already taken the sample, and for the further research, further information, now we will going to those already selected samples. Example, suppose we have to see the growing of wheat crop in the state may be any, UP, Haryana, Punjab, may be any. So what we can do, get a sample of the districts, then sample of villages from each selected district, and finally the crop fields from each selected village. So it's very clear that if we want to see the scenario of wheat crop in the state, so we will have the information about the districts. We will select certain districts which are good wheat growing, then sample of villages under those districts, and under each we will see the fields. So we see that we are going sub and sub. Steps to be followed in this case. Select a sample from population at random. Select samples, that is second stage, from the identified previously samples. Select a number of units from those selected samples, that is second stage. So in this case we go from stages, from one stage to another stage, and from the previously selected sample we go the next point and get the sample from the previous sample. Advantages. Randomness has been maintained in the two stages, and a large number has been rendered manageable. So randomness has been maintained at two stages. The process at work is to go from the general to specific, wide to the focused, and large to the small. Disadvantages. Because of lack of restrictions on the decision process involved in choosing the groups, stage sampling has a level of subjectivity. We may select any. The study can never be 100% representative of the population. This is the basic disadvantage in this case. Then multi-phase sampling. In multi-phase sampling, the purpose changes at each phase. For example, at phase 1, the selection of sample might be based on the criterion of geography. Phase 2 might be based on the economic criterion. The phase 3 might be based on political criterion. So we observe that in each phase the criterion is different. Earlier it was a geography, the second is economical, the third is political. So now we come to the next type of sampling, that is non-probability sampling. The earlier was probability sampling. It is a sampling technique in which elements are not chosen at random. Some elements of the population have no chance of selection. In this case, certain elements of the population have no chance of selection. The selection of element based on assumption regarding population of interest, which form the criteria for selection. Sampling not allows the estimation of sampling errors. Also called deliberate sampling, purposive sampling, and judgment sampling. So there are different names given to this type of sampling, that is deliberate sampling, purposive sampling, and judgment sampling. The first one is convenience sampling. Suppose we have to conduct a research. What we will do? Our first focus is what is the easy-going way. That is convenience sampling. It is sometimes called accidental or opportunity sampling. Involves choosing the nearest individuals to serve as a respondent and continuing that process until the required sample size has been obtained. The sample is selected as per the convenience of the researcher. As the name implies, it's a convenience sampling means what is accessible, near to us, known to us, and what type of data or information we want, we will be certainly getting as per our choice. Steps to be followed. Find some people that are easy to find or accessible. Advantages. The process of including whosoever happens to be available at the time, called accidental or haphazard sampling. So this is haphazard or accidental sampling for some people that are easy to find. This method is useful in testing of questionnaire. So we must use this type of testing use for testing the questionnaire, not for the sampling. But we do. Disadvantages. Difficulty in determining how much of the effect results from the cause. So that is the point. We cannot determine the effect from the cause. Next is purposive sampling. The first one is convenience. The second is purposive. As the name implies, it is for the purpose. Purposive sampling means deliberate selection of sample units conform to some predetermined criteria, also known as judgment sampling. This sampling technique is useful for selecting a sample in relation to some criteria which is considered important for a particular purpose. Suppose we want to know about the socio-economic status of 9th class students. So what we will do? We will go to another schools and focus class 9th. Suppose we want to see the mathematical ability of 10th class students. If we go to say one school or one institution, we get certain information. But to generalize it, what we'll do, we will have a different sample of different institutions, and to know the mathematical ability, that is called purposive sampling. Example, just read it. A teacher has a population of 300 students available for participation in a study on the relationship of academic achievement and students' socio-economic status. Academic achievement and socio-economic status. This study requires 50 students. 25 students each from the higher socio-economic status and 25 from lower socio-economic status. Suppose information on the parents' socio-economic status of all the 300 students is available. Describe how the individuals would be selected for participation in the study. Teacher has got a population of 300 students and the information about their parents is available with the teacher, and he has to select 50 students for the study, 25 from the higher socio-economic status and 25 from the lower socio-economic status. Describe how the individuals would be selected for participation in the study. So this is an example of purpose. We go to some purpose, and from this example, what solution is? Since the teacher knows the socio-economic status or background of the total population, he could arbitrarily select 25 students from predetermined higher socio-economic status group and 25 from lower socio-economic status. So it's quite easy that already the two groups are available, and he will randomly select 25 from each group and make its sample for the study. And what steps are to be followed for sampling? It involves the selection of the cases when we judge as most appropriate ones for the given study. We have to see that these are the most appropriate. It is based on the judgment of the researcher and does not aim at securing a cross-section of the population. The selection of samples depends upon the subjective judgment of the researcher. So we are focusing on the where our purpose is solved. So it is based on the judgment of the researcher, does not aim at securing the cross-section of the population. The 25 students what he was identifying, that may not be giving the right information, but he has selected advantages. It is less time consuming and economical. So we are observing in this type of sampling that it has to be cost effective, it has to be time efficient, it has to be accurate. All these factors are to be considered. It ensures proper representation of the population when investigation has full knowledge of composition of the population and free from bias. So we have to see that it is free from the bias. It prevents unnecessary and irrelevant items entering into sample per chance. So because it is not haphazard, we have selected a group, and from the group we selected a few. So there is no irrelevant items entering into the sample even per chance. It ensures intensive study of the selected item. It gives better results if the investigator is unbiased and has a capacity to of keen observation and sound judgment. So the requirement for the researcher is that he has to be a keen observer as well as having the sound judgment and is unbiased. So this factor has to be kept in mind. So what are the disadvantages? There is enough scope for the prejudice of the investigate to play and influence the selection. So we are not to be prejudiced in the case of while we are doing investigation. It should be fair activity. There is no equal chance for all the items of the universe being included in the sample. So all the items are not included in this. No equal chance for all the items of the universe being included in the sample. There is no possibility of having any idea about the degree of accuracy. We do not know what will be the accuracy achieved in the investigation conducted by this method. Greater possibility of biasing. So ultimately we have to avoid it. But if there is a biasing, there can be a problem with the sample. Unsuitable for large samples. So for small samples, it is possible, but unsuitable for large samples. Snowball sampling. This is another type of sampling. So it is usually done where the very small population size is very small. In this type of sampling, the researcher asks the initial subject to identify another potential subject. Suppose we get information from somebody. We ask him that you also tell another person from where, another source from where we can have the similar information, who also meets the criteria of the research. The downside of using the snowball sample is that it is hardly representative of the population. It is not representative of the population. Steps to find a few people that are relevant to the topic. Ask them to refer you more of them. Then you ask those people for the further or more information like that. Advantages. Allows the researcher to reach population that are difficult to sample. When using other sampling methods, the process is cheap, simple and cost efficient. This sampling technique needs little planning and fewer workforce compared to the other sampling techniques. So this is the main advantage, that workforce is required is too less. Disadvantage. Potential for inaccuracy in a researcher's criteria and resulting sample selection. So there is a quite possibility of inaccuracy. Then quota sampling. Quota sampling is frequently used as a method of sampling in market research. So there are different different areas where the research is going on, and especially in case of market research, this quota sampling is done. The basic objective of quota sampling is to control biases arising out of non-probability method by stratification and setting of quota from each stream. So they will be going to the various places and select a quota and have the sample. Steps to be followed. Determine what the population look like in terms of specific qualities. Create quota based of these qualities. Select people for each quota. The process where the research gathers data from individual processing identified. Advantages. Preventing decisions to be polluted by unnecessary input. Quick and easy way of sampling. Relatively inexpensive. Disadvantages. People who are less accessible, more difficult to contact, more reluctant to participate are under representation. So this is the main. The people who are not accessible or difficult to get access or reluctant to participate, their representation is too poor. So there are small questions, and these are the objective type questions. You can safely answer these from judgment point of view. I will help you where there is any requirement. The question is, purposive sampling is an example of. There are four options: quota sampling, biased sampling, random sampling, and probability sampling. We explained there are two major type of sampling. One is probability, other is non-probability. And we gave the list which falls under the category of probability, and the other set are in the category of non-probability. So purposive sampling falls in the category of non-probability. So we have given the four options. Purposive sampling is an example of quota sampling, bias sampling, random sampling, and probability sampling. You can write down the answer in your notebook and we will answer. Note it down. Which of the following is not an advantage of the simple random sampling technique over other techniques? As we discussed, there are two types of sampling. One is probability, other is non-probability. The simple random sampling comes under the category of probability sampling. So there are four statements. Requires a minimum knowledge of population. Is free of errors in classification. Is appropriate for data analysis which includes inferential statistics. Provides homogeneity of subjects used in the sample. So my question is, which of the following is not an advantage of simple random sampling? Can you note down it hurriedly? अच्छा, किसी को मिलाइए जरा, कनेक्ट करिए. किसको मिला रहे हैं? Am I eating merit? Have you noted down this question? अपना माइक ऑन कर लीजिए। माइक ऑन है आपका?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Have you noted down this question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I go to the next. Systematic sampling involves the researcher in. The first option is A. Determining who from the population should compromise the sample. Don't worry, I will give you the answers also along with. You simply note down if it is possible. Note it down. I go to the next. Which of the following best completes this statement? Sampling error occurs when option A. The cases comprising the sample do not understand the nature of the task. B. There is large number of cases in the sample and there is homogeneity in the sample. There is deviation from the true nature of the defined population due to chance variation in drawing the sample. The mean of the sample, when computed against the mean of the population, shows no variation. So the question was, which of the following best completes this statement? Sampling error occurs when option A, the cases comprising the sample do not understand the nature of the task. B, there is large number of cases in the sample and there is homogeneity in the sample. C, there is deviation from the true nature of the defined population due to chance variation in drawing the sample. The fourth one, D, is the mean of the sample when computed against the mean of the population shows no variation. So next question. Which of the following need not considered when determining the size of the sample? The nature of the interacting variables, the homogeneity of the population, the cost allocated to research study. the degree of accuracy with which the sample will reflect the population. I repeat, question 5. Which of the following need not considered when determining the size of the sample? Which need not considered? The nature of the interacting variables, the homogeneity of the population, the cost allocated to research study, the degree of accuracy with which the sample will reflect the population. There are 4 options. So next question. Complete the following. It's too simple. A. The process of inferring something about a large group of elements by studying only a part of it is called. Hint is only a part of it. B. The subsection of the whole is. You have to complete it. And you understand, I think. Very simple. The large whole from which sample is selected is known as. D. The error which arises on account of sampling is called. Next is E. The process of selecting a sample based on convenience is known as. It is just summing up what we heard few minutes back. Recalling only. Are you able to write down? Okay. No, I'm observing how much time is required. It's a direct answers to this. Okay. Because once I tell you the answers, how you will relate? But how you will know which ABCD which are? For this question only. For this blank. Okay. Complete the following. Convenience sampling, purposive sampling, and quota sampling are the major forms of dash sampling. Which type of sampling? The 2 basic types of sampling are. I have repeatedly told you. Bases of sampling are. There was one slide which explained the 3 bases for sampling. The 4 main advantages of sampling are. I have given a small hint also. Now you can judge. The 4 main advantages of the sampling. Just complete the words, you get the answer. Four advantages of sampling over complete census are: two basic types of sampling are. There can be one repeat question also. Four forms of probability sampling procedures are: the process of inferring something about a large group of elements by studying only a part of it is called name the sampling technique for the following statements. It may be a little difficult. Every element in the population has an equal probability of being selected. The major purpose of sampling is to reduce the cost per element sampled. This sampling is appropriate when study places special emphasis on the control of certain specific variables. The principal advantage of the sampling is primarily one of the convenience. E. Proportional allocation is most frequently used so that variability of the element selected is more homogeneous. So for each of the following 5 statements, we have to give the name of the sampling technique. So next is last question. List the general steps in selecting a sample. Step 1, step 2 and step 3. The hint is only the 3 steps. Now I come to question number. अच्छा स्टेशन में लाना कौन सा है हमारे पास काइट गाजियाबाद में लाना हाँ काइट गाजियाबाद we come to the exercise question number 1 what is the right answer
So B, biased sampling.
very good question number 2
Answer is A, requires a minimum knowledge of population.
no the answer the question is its following is not the advantage so the answer is D D third question systematic sampling involves the researcher in
D. Selecting every nth unit from an existing random sample.
No, it's B. Selecting every nth unit from the population to compromise the sample. Okay. We go to the next. Fourth. What is the answer? हाँ सेंटर चेंज कर देते हैं
कहाँ लिखा है इसमें लिखा है सी है
The answer is C.
Very good, perfectly right. अच्छा, now we go to GSS Academy Noida.
ये तो नाम है
MIT मेरठ.
गुड मॉर्निंग. अच्छा, कौन सा बोला? GSS Academy. Is it Noida? GSS Academy. So question number 4. What is the right answer? C. What about the 5th? Excellent. Quite intelligent. Don't mind, I have given the hint also in the question. Question 6. What is the answer to A?
Sampling. Sampling.
Sampling. And what is the next? B.
Group.
What is C?
Population.
What is D?
Standard error.
Sampling error. And what is E? Convenience sampling. Okay. So we go to North India Engineering College now. Complete the following: convenience sampling, purposive sampling, and quota sampling are the major forms of which type of sampling? There are two types of basic sampling. One is probability sampling, other is non-probability sampling. So part A is under which category?
Non-probability.
Okay, fine. The two basic types of sampling are,
Probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Random.
and what is C? Basis of sampling. Basis of sampling.
So,
Please note down: homogeneity and complexity. Homogeneity and complexity. Second is possibility of representative selection. And third is 10% not essential. So I repeat, what are the three bases for sampling? Number 1, that is homogeneity and complexity. Second is possibility of representative selection. Third is 100% accuracy not essential. The four main advantages of sampling are, that this is a question 7 part D. Hint I
Biasness. Unbiased. Sir, to remove biasness.
In what? The four main advantages of sampling are, that is there, you are perfectly right, but the main four are cost effective. The other is efficient, speed. Another is scope. The last one is accuracy. So could you get cost effectiveness, speed, scope, and accuracy? 8. What are the four category advantages of sampling over complete census are? जो पिछले क्वेश्चन में बताई गई वो सेम है. The B part is two basic types of sampling are probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Four forms of probability sampling procedures are: could you write anybody? गाइड गाजियाबाद में नहीं.
Hello, random sampling, sir.
बस एक ही.
MIT. Another one.
I am talking of question number 8, part C. Four forms of probability sampling procedures.
Sir, it's a simple random sampling.
Simple random sampling. Then
Then is systematic random.
okay,
And stratified random.
okay,
And then is cluster sampling.
very good. The D part. The process of inferring something about a large group of elements by studying only a part of it is called
Sample.
sampling.
Sample.
Now we come to question number 9.
Simple random sampling. So simple random sampling.
The first one is
Simple random sampling. So first is simple random sampling.
okay. Second, B part.
Systematic.
Very good. Third one, purposive. Fourth one, cluster. Or next,
Then is stratified sampling.
no, the first one was stratified. The last one is simple random.
Simple.
Okay.
First is stratified.
What are the various steps involved in selecting a sample?
Find population.
Huh?
Then is selecting the sample.
Then
Then the estimation of population parameters.
बिल्कुल ठीक. You could get the hint. अच्छा. Before we sum up, there are some disadvantages of sampling are biased selection of population, difficulty in selection, specialized knowledge is needed, problems of cooperation, though we are desirous but we are not getting cooperation from the other end, less accuracy, limited nature when universe is so small. Universe means population is so small and heterogeneous. So we have discussed meaning and definition, various sampling terms, characteristics of sampling design, then limitations of sampling, then types of sampling methods, then probability sampling, on probability sampling, और एक exercise जो हमने कर ली है. And to sum up all what we have talked till now, that the population means entire group under study. It is also called universe. Complete enumeration of all the item population is known as census inquiry. आपने देखा होगा जब सेंसस होता है तो घर घर में जाके हर एक आदमी को से इंफॉर्मेशन ली जाती है. So that's a difficult job. It is not possible to examine each and every item. We adopt sampling technique. When universe is small, no need of sampling survey. जब पूछा जाए कि सैंपलिंग कब नहीं करनी, when universe is so small. तो जो सैंपल डिजाइन करना है हमने, तो उसके लिए क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, what we have to keep in our mind, that is objectives, then population, sampling units and frame, मतलब means to which area we are talking about, that is it is a district, state, construction of flats, family or clubs, there can be many places. Then size of sample, parameters of interest, data collection, non-respondents. In research we have also observed that there are non-respondents also. In spite of telling and requesting time and again, we are not getting the information of the feedback. Then field work and pilot survey. Before actual survey is done, we do pilot survey, which is called pre-testing. Then budgetary constraints. All these factors we have to keep in mind while doing the sampling and the research work. So all the connected faculty, I repeat this task. I think it was explained by Dr. Sunil Dati yesterday. Task for identification of problem and stating its objectives and formulating its hypothesis, as well as the task given by Dr. Tulsi about review of literature. You will describe the sampling technique for the above identified problem. Now I repeat the task for you. Identification of problem and stating its objectives and formulating its hypothesis, as well as task on review of literature. In addition, you will describe the sampling technique for the above identified problem. Should I repeat? I repeat again. Identification of the problem and stating its objectives and formulating its hypothesis. Another one was task on review of literature. So based upon above, you will describe the sampling technique for the above identified problem. So कोई सेंटर में लाएंगे? कोई? अच्छा, have you noted down your task?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, मतलब you have to do in the next session.
Okay, sir.
Do I require to repeat it again? No need.
No need, sir.
No need.
It's already defined.
दूसरा मिला दी.
Thank you.
You have to add one line that you will describe the sampling technique for the above identified problem. That you have to add.
Yes.
Okay. North India Engineering College. Have you noted down the task? Have you noted down the task?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition, you will describe the sampling techniques for the above identified problem.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next. GSS Academy. Have you noted down the task? Have you noted down the task? Okay. Next. KIET Ghaziabad. So have you noted down the task? Have you noted down the task?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have noted down it.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. Now it's time to take tea. Tea break.
अपना अलग से सिर्फ फोल्डर सिर्फ फोल्डर को हम नीचे कर सकते हैं अलग नीचे वाले फॉलोइंग प्रोजेक्ट ठीक है एक बूस्ट टेबल कर पीछे वाले कभी भी नहीं आते हम लोग सुनते हैं तो टीपीयू थोड़ा पीछे कर दो हाँ नीचे देखिए और दो आया है तो ठीक है नहीं तो फिर आगे चेंज कर लेकिन अगर हम ये वो बताएंगे फिर सब मान लो यदि अमित से कौन सा नहीं वो नहीं कर रहे किसी बैठे तक वो बोला ना अमित नाम था नहीं वो तो ये नाम किसको ये भी है ये कौन है अच्छा समझ गई ना राजा कौन से अमित अभी ये वो है हाँ समझ गई और ये मेरा नाम तो यही है गरम और नहीं है इसलिए कॉल करवा दूं मैम वो कॉल करते हैं सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स का एक एक करके वो कॉल भी तो नहीं कर रहे थे जितनी बार फोन कर रहे वो भी चालू करना मैं तो वैसे मैंने भी बोला
इससे पहले जो चुका है वो ठीक है वो
दोनों अपना भी काम अपनी बात ये तो अपनी कंपनी को फोन करके मुझे पता नहीं चलता कोई बात नहीं यार मुझे ये भी वहां पर फोन करूं डिस्टर्ब मैं काम के फोन कर रही हूं और वो पेरेंट्स के फोन कर रही हूं डिस्टर्ब मैं डिस्टर्ब मैंने बोला यहां पे नहीं कि फोन दे रहे हैं तो सर ने बोला कि सर बोला कि हम फोन नहीं कर सकते मैं क्यों बात सही बात मेरी सुनने कि तुम्हारा काम हमारा काम भी करेंगे मतलब कि हम ऐसा कुछ करेंगे हमारे थोड़ी थोड़ी सारी कॉलिंग करेंगे यार तो फिर वो ये करते हैं यार ये एक्टिविटी दिखा दो एक्टिविटी में मेरे लिए मेरे तो आ रही है जो अटैचमेंट थी मैं ऊपर जाके कर दूंगी लैपटॉप से मतलब जिस दिन जी मेरे को तो फॉरवर्ड करके स्टूडियो में फोन करना है लैपटॉप पे करके तो शायद अटैचमेंट आ जाए तो मुझे ऐसे ही वो डाउनलोड नहीं होगी फिर वो मैंने ये हम लोग मैंने फोन नहीं कर दिया हां उसी पे करोगे मैं डाउनलोड ना उसी में हम पे टाइप करके देख तो फिर वो ऊपर जाके पढ़ के मैं कि आप को फोन करके पता ना आगे से करते हैं कैंसिल करके फिर देख लेते हैं लेकिन हम यहाँ पे बैठे हैं हम तो दो लोग हैं यहाँ से हम क्या करते हैं पोस्ट कर है क्या ये प्रेजेंटेशन है पोस्ट करने तो फिर ये सबसे फिर ना बिल्कुल स्टडी जो है वो होगी उसमें भी प्रेजेंटेशन करना वो ये टीपी2 और 3 टीपी2 क्या था ये था और ये गवर्नमेंट वही है तो पेपर या और डे बिफोर है मतलब अभी से लेके अब तक कोई ये ना कल की से चेंज रहेगी कल से चेंज रहेगी आज वाली कर देंगे कल से एवरीथिंग क्लास कल फिर मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स आएंगे उसकी होगी 11:30 बजे इसी पे जो टास्क देंगे वही कंटिन्यू करना है फिर उसके बाद तो सोच के लोग को मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट बनाना वापस प्रोसेस अब लगा देंगे मैम फिर उसके बाद प्रेजेंटेशन है इसमें अरे कल तो स्किल्स लगाएंगे एमबीए के सेट लगा देंगे जो भी सब है फाइनेंस मैम फर्स्ट को क्या होगा सर्वे कंटेंट एनालिसिस एंड केस स्टडी रिसर्च केस स्टडी के ऊपर किसी से उसी की प्रेजेंटेशन केस स्टडी के ऊपर कर लेंगे कोई भी केस स्टडी ठीक है अब इसको कहेंगे केस स्टडी कर ठीक है केस स्टडी भी सर्वे कर लेंगे कुछ भी पेपर ढूंढ लेंगे हमें तब तो बताएंगे ना मैडम ये वो तो देखो ना वो रिलेशन और टेक्स्ट पोस्ट फैक्टर प्रेजेंटेशन तो ये तो कोई दे दिया बताएंगे क्या तो वही सुनना पड़ेगा पूरा 1 मिनट तो मैं भी केवल टास्क नहीं सुनते नहीं तो वो करके मैम आगे एक मोशन का मैम भी नहीं है वो बिल्कुल आगे एक जब मैं समझती हूं ना वो वाली मैम की साथ मैम आप जब अच्छा तो वो ओडी से आगे आएंगे ओडी से और तो होंगे फिर वो मैम फिर एक्सप्लोरेशन चलो एक तो है ही है स्वाति मैम कर लेंगे यार पीएचडी स्कॉलर हां ये स्वाति मैम कर देंगे फर्स्ट चलो के बताइए आपको टेंशन के लिए कुछ नहीं होगा अरे वो गलत हो गया क्या हो नहीं वो वैसे भी वो कह देते हैं तो प्लीज आप है ना मेल कर देना मेरी मैम को व्हाट्सएप नहीं मेल कर मेल है हम यार तभी तो मैं फोटो की खिंचवा रही हूँ फोटो तो कैसे करके क्लिक करना है तो वही कर ले फिर उसी के पास आना नहीं है तो मेरे को भी ट्रस्ट नहीं नहीं नेट को मैं मेरे को भी इसका आर्ट सर्च का जो हम कर रहे हैं क्वेश्चन से आंसर से मैंने लिखे हैं तो ये पूरा एकदम यूज कर लिंक है अरे हमें कोई चीज नहीं है यार तो टेस्ट मैंने किया या तो लास्ट वीकेंड कर देना नहीं ठीक है बट मैं तो कंटेंट सारा करने पास क्योंकि अभी लैपटॉप वगैरह कहते हैं कि मैं कोई क्वेश्चन करेंगे सेशन आपको सेशन में होगा ना कोई क्वेश्चन करना है डिक्टेशन कर सकते हैं रिसर्च कर देते हैं
लेक्चर बना रहे हैं बेसिक बना रहे हैं क्या जान रहे हैं ये एक्सेप्ट
मुझे भी वो नहीं निकाल के के तुलसी मैम को जो भी लगा देना तो तुम्हें अच्छा डेट को मैंने और डेट को शिफ्ट करना और शिफ्ट करना नहीं है वो भी हमारे साथ है मैं और बिकॉज़ हम लोग आए तो मेरे पास था और बात नहीं आई टोटल में जाके नॉलेज एग्जैक्टली तो वो भी हमारे को से बोला था कि याद करना क्या पड़े मैंने कहा जो याद करके तैयार है वो ये और है फिर अभी तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट करना है ना हां तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट के लिए तो आप पढ़ गए हो तो वो जो ना मैं तो कोऑर्डिनेटर हूं मेरा तो नाम ही उसके पास है कोऑर्डिनेटर एग्जिस्ट है कोई और कुछ नहीं कर नहीं अभी हमारे आगे में नहीं हुआ अभी मैनेजमेंट की कोई नहीं मैंने पीपीटी और अब आंसर बोल दिए कोई और आता ही है ना इसी सारे बैठ मैंने कहा मैं यार ये नहीं करना पड़ेगा एब्स्ट्रैक्ट वाला पता है क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे तो बोला ही कि तुम पेपर ढूंढो लाइब्रेरी से और उसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट हटा के पढ़ना है लेकिन ना स्कैन कॉपी है हां स्कैन कॉपी नहीं मैंने आपको फोटो कॉपी की उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि स्कैन कॉपी है उन्होंने मुझे बोला आप जाना लाइब्रेरी से एक पेपर उठाना उस पेपर का कहा मैं रजिस्टर में एब्स्ट्रैक्ट हां नहीं तो लिखना मैं रजिस्टर में ऐसे भी लगेगा कि हां पेपर नाम तो कौन से देगा ये वाला पूरा एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है ये है इसका लिखो टॉपिक लिखो यही है हां टॉपिक लिख लो और पेपर जिसमें लिखा हो यही ना गलत मोहन उनके नीचे उनकी साइटेशन दी हुई है नीचे साइटेशन एसोसिएट ठीक है मैं भी पंजाब की क्योंकि मुझे तो उन्होंने बोला ही था कि आप एब्स्ट्रैक्ट बना के और डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करो तो मुझे तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पता ही लिख ही नहीं सकती तो एक आध लाइन माइनस कर देना तो एक आध लाइन आपके किसके पैसे आए
ये इससे पहले हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में ये
अच्छा जब अपने डिपार्टमेंट में तो लोग बैठते हैं
जो हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर ही कराते हैं तो वहां पे कोई किसी को उठाएगा जिसका भी कार्य होता है
वो तो जैसे हमारा स्ट्रैटेजी मैनेजमेंट
हां वैसे अपने डिपार्टमेंट हमारे डिपार्टमेंट जैसे हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की तो हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की
नहीं तो तब भी हम का ही करते हैं
हां
क्लासेस के बीच में ये हमारे क्लासेस के बीच वाले की स्टोरेज होते हैं उसमें
आपके डिपार्टमेंट में दो तीसरी करा रहा हूं
क्यों हमारी तो दो कम्युनिकेशन हो गई एक स्ट्रेटजी मैनेजमेंट और एक
मैं ठीक करा दिया
और ये रिसोर्स के बारे में चार फैकल्टी और चौथी है पांचवी है कम्युनिकेशन में दो कम्युनिकेशन में पांचवी है
तो मुझे बहुत सारे पैसे हैं लेकिन आप क्या की है
तो ये सब तो आपके आते हैं बस। तो वो तो मेरे कोऑर्डिनेटर के और कोलैबोरेशन कितने आते हैं?
1500।
ओके कितनी चीजें कोऑर्डिनेटर?
3000। 500 पर डे के हिसाब से आते हैं। तो
अब ये हम तो ज्यादा-
5 days एक दिन का।
तो अब तो ज्यादा है
ज्यादा है।
ओ बहुत ज्यादा दिन में भाई कोई पेपर आया है इससे वहां से मैडम जी और क्या हमारे determining sample value. Kindly send the list of participants if sent quickly.
बच्चे 50 साल 30 लोग हैं हम आपको भेज देंगे। हमें नहीं
ना 3 दिनों में पूरे हमारे तो
30 भेज देंगे।
30 मार्च को भेजेंगे सर आपको पता है ये क्या भेजा है 228 ओके 421
देखो मैं चेक कर भेज दिए।
चलिए ठीक है एक नोटिस का फिर मोटा और आगे एक प्रिंट आउट करवा मेरा फोन में क्या भेजें डिटरमिनिंग सैंपल साइज जो मुझे वो भेजिए ये हमारे कोर्स से डिपार्टमेंट से मैम इसमें तो बस एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का बोलना है ना और तो में प्रॉब्लम ऑब्जेक्टिव वगैरह कुछ नहीं होगा नहीं अच्छा ये बोलना है हमने क्या बता दो मैं आप बोलना कि मैम हमें मैनेजमेंट का ये टॉपिक पेपर मिला था एंड दिस पेपर इज रिवाइज्ड बाय एंड उनकी आइडिया व्हिच द पार्टिसिपेंट्स और मैं तो बिल्कुल मैं ये सब कुछ कर रही हूं ये सैंपलिंग का जो भी हुआ है उसका वो है थ्योरेटिकल कंटेंट और वो है कि circulate very good cheers participants available होते हैं मैं ना आपसे पूछूं कि लिस्ट का काम से आज खाने में क्या से अब वो भी देखिए आपको वो सॉल्व करनी है यार एक जब सुचना आप जा रहे हो ना पीपीटी से पीपीटी मैं बोल रहा हूं कि मैं आपको सोच रहा हूं कि पीपीटी तो हां एक पेपर पे लिख दो क्या वही पढ़ के हां देखते हैं ठीक है मेरे को डेली का कंटेंट प्रोडक्टिव ट्रायल मैं भी प्रेजेंटेशन में ही हूं ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है वो ये ऑब्जेक्टिव्स वाली चलो मैं स्टार्ट करूंगी अभी भी बोला जा रहा है कितना बोलो माइंड में मोटी बन जाऊं सर आपको याद है जब पहली बार कम्युनिकेशन हुई थी ऑडियो में तो सारा जवाब नेगेटिव हुए थे जब बहुत पिछले से पिछले साल हुई थी अब तुम्हारी बारी है मैं तो बहुत
अब उसने किया हुआ इसलिए अपना नहीं हुआ
पिछले साल में कम्युनिकेशन करने में मैंने जवाब दे दिया अब तुम्हारी बारी है रोल चेंज हो गया ना सोनाली जी आगे मैं एक सेकंड ये मैं लैपटॉप पे बात करूंगी ध्यान करने के लिए तैयार है बस एब्स्ट्रैक्ट करना है उसमें कौन सा एब्स्ट्रैक्ट ये एब्स्ट्रैक्ट जो वो दे रही है पीपीटी उसमें क्या क्या दे रही है तो हाइपोथेसिस दे रही है identification of problem, objectives, research, review of literature, और सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक्स तो बस बनी है उसमें सिर्फ रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर लैंग्वेज क्योंकि तो इसको प्रोजेक्ट में फिर डालना है वो प्रोजेक्ट और वो दोनों चीजें ठीक है मैं इनको फॉरवर्ड कर दूँ ठीक है
नहीं वो कहना है याद भी करवा देना मतलब ये ना अपना ਇੱਥੇ
Hanji, good morning everyone. I hope the centers are able to listen to me. Good morning everyone. May I now, I think MIET made it.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yesterday you were telling me that there are few presentations which have not been made. So if the participants are here, we'll first like to listen to them for the emerging areas of research, and then we'll continue with our task. If the first task has been completed and the people are ready for the presentation, maybe we'll take up the first task, the research problems which have been identified and the objectives and hypotheses if written, and then we'll go to the second and third task of the review of related literature and the task related to sampling. So अभिलाष जी, आपके participants तैयार हैं? Yes.
बैठे 3-4
Light on है. Participants.
जी मैम.
हाँ जी, if the participants are ready, जो कल रह गए थे, तो उनकी presentations करा लेते हैं.
Good
Are
morning,
they
ma'am.
here? Good morning. हाँ जी.
Good morning, ma'am.
जी, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Neha Sharma from Chemical Engineering Department.
Okay.
I will be sharing my topics.
Right. इधर होने कितने सैंपल नहीं दा, वो ये टास्क करने से पहले करा दिया फिर ताज़ा याद है. हाँ जी.
Ma'am, my first topic of for the research area is
जी.
steady state calculation for pseudoplastic fluid structure in an open channel.
Okay, आपने तो particular problem ले ली ना? We
Yes,
said,
ma'am.
okay, you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
areas of research, emerging areas of research.
Ma'am, actually, I had selected some of the problems.
अच्छा, वो second task में है, तो आपको उसमें you can make the presentation, fine? So
Okay,
आपने
fine.
objectives and hypotheses भी लिखे हैं of the selected problems.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll take your presentation in the next group, right?
Okay, fine, ma'am. Here I have taken some of the six major topics, and then I have selected one of the topics, and then
Okay, that we'll take up later.
okay.
First, the people who were left, who could not deal with the emerging areas of research, if there is any, so he or she is welcome.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
Thank you so much. कल बोलिया ना इन्होंने
सिविल ले होंगे, सिविल और मैकेनिकल.
सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के लोग रह गए थे, तो हाँ जी सर, MIT कोई और है ग्रुप जो रह गया था? वो तो प्रेजेंटेशन.
Hello.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am,
हाँ जी.
we have I have prepared a presentation on the emerging areas of research in pharmacy.
Okay. Fine. Go ahead.
Now I will be sharing my screen.
हाँ जी दीपिका इधरों शेयर कर दो स्क्रीन नहीं कहीं तो कर रही थी अच्छा नहीं वो सानू पढ़िया ही नहीं मिलता ना इत्थे करके ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਪਰਨ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਉੱਥੇ
ਜੀ ਹੋਗਾ ਸਰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਸਕਰੀਨ
ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਂ ਪੜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ
hello
हाँ जी good
morning ma'am are my slides visible ma'am are my slides visible
Not
not yet. It is an empty slide. It's an empty slide here. Now it is okay.
Now is it visible now?
Ji.
Okay. So, ma'am, I have selected a few areas in emerging that have potential for research in area of pharmacy, and while selecting these areas as potential areas for research, I have kept these few points in my mind, like the prevalence of the condition on which we would be researching, lack and limited available interventions for management of that condition, its burden on the economy, and the associated comorbidities with the condition. And these are few conditions that I have enlisted, and the list is not exhaustive. There are certain neurovascular disorders, out of them stroke and brain hemorrhage, they are very much prominent. Cerebrovascular diseases, here I have chosen vascular dementia that I'll be discussing about a little bit. Cardiovascular disorders, antibiotic resistance in the population, gastrointestinal disorders, these are very much prevalent because of the same reason, the stress and the lifestyle that has been adopted by the people. And respiratory disorders, these are developing due to high levels of pollutants and suspended particulate matters in the environment, and the smoking habits taken up by the people. Shall I move to the next slide?
Ji, carry on.
And if we talk about the problem, so dementia, if I am talking about dementia, then dementia we refer to condition where there is loss of cognitive abilities in an individual, but the consciousness or the conscious of the patient is person is not changed. And vascular dementia is a type of dementia. It is most common globally after Alzheimer's disease, and this arises due to endothelial dysfunctioning in the microvasculature of the brain. And these are the few statistics that are available. More than 3.5 million people, they are expected to have dementia worldwide, and these are the figures from 2010, and this number is expected to double every 20 years. And the need of the study, in my point of view, to reduce the global burden of the condition, because demented conditions are putting lot of pressure on the economy of a country, and to curb the associated comorbidities and improve the quality of the life of the people, and to identify the pathways that are involved in the progression of the disease, and to implicate newer pharmacological interventions for the condition, so that different approaches can be incorporated or they can be employed for improving the condition of the patient. And these would be the proposed objectives of the study: to find the effect of the target modulation in vascular dementia, and the degree of protection offered to the endothelium, and reactive oxygen species. These ROS are they are playing very pivotal role in development of this condition. So if our target modulation curbs the ROS production, then we can see that this would also be reducing the condition, the severity of the condition, and the protection that is offered from cognitive decline. And these all are my slides that I have prepared, and these are the areas of research that can be taken. So I have focused only on one areas, and I have enlisted a few areas of the disease. Thank you. Ma'am, you're not audible. Sir, you're not audible.
Okay.
Yes.
Now it is okay. So you can show your problem statement once again, and you will see that you can yourself see that the objectives you have stated, they are not matching with the problem statement. So once again, you show your problem statement.
So is it visible?
It is visible. Yes. What is the problem statement?
I just told
So you have.
Sir, this presentation I have prepared only for the emerging areas of the research.
But you have also mentioned about the objectives of a particular study.
Yeah, I have also mentioned the objectives.
For those objectives, what is the problem statement for these objectives? You have written these 4 objectives. So for these 4 objectives, what is the problem statement?
Sir, the problem statement for these objectives would be pharmacological interventions in a particular condition induced vascular dementia in animals.
Okay. So your first objective is to find the effect of target modulation in vascular dementia.
Yes,
so
sir.
Your problem statement is something different.
Sir, the problem statement is the problem is vascular dementia, and there is particular target that I have selected.
Okay.
That if I modulate that target, so how it will affect vascular dementia. Like if we take a very common example of hypertension. So if hypertension, there are several types of medicines that are used for managing hypertension. So there are several targets in our body where we for which we give a particular medicine, and that upregulates or downregulates a particular process of the body, and we get relief from the hypertensive conditions.
Okay, so your objective is to find the effect of target modulation in vascular dementia. Its effect is to be in you have to write on effect of target modulation on vascular dementia.
Okay, sir.
Your second objective is not clearly stated, because what you want to do, whether you want to measure the degree of protection of endothelial dysfunction, or what you want to do. You have written only degree of protection. You have not mentioned any verb. How you will measure it? And the third objective, reduction in ROS production. So what does it mean? So the definition is not properly stated. You have not, sorry, objective is not properly stated. Likewise, fourth objective, protection from cognitive decline. What does it mean? How you will measure it?
Sir, do I need to mention the methodology also?
Not methodology. Your objective statement should be clearly written.
Okay, sir. But okay, yesterday in one of the talks it was stated that maximum objective shall be put, so I have put it that way. Else I could have stated the objective like novel pharmacological intervention in and its modulation in vascular dementia, something like this. I'm not able to frame it right now.
Because you have taken up the vascular dementia as the dependent variable. Independent variable is the pharmacological जो आपने intervention देनी है. That is the independent variable. And you are likely to see the effect of independent variable on the dependent variable. So you are concerned with that it will reduce dementia, or it will not further substantiate and enhance dementia. Secondly, you have said it is going to reduce, it is going to reduce the ROS production. It is going to increase the degree of protection of endothelial dysfunction and protection from cognitive decline. So you are likely to see the effect of intervention on 4 things. the dementia, then the endothelial dysfunction, ROS reduction, and decline, cognitive decline. So the statement of the problem, it could be that to find नहीं होता, see the study the effect of पहली चीज है ना, effect of pharmacological modulation on vascular dementia, endothelial dysfunction, ROS production, and cognitive decline. These are the dependent variables. How you are going to measure that? Come in tools and measurements, right? Methodology we didn't ask for. So, Anji, you wanted to say something?
Yes, ma'am. What I was saying that this ROS production, it contributes towards endothelial dysfunction, and this endothelial dysfunctioning ultimately leads to vascular dementia. So we are basically giving our interventions at.
Then the statement would be simple as you have stated: effect of pharmacological modulation on vascular dementia. Then you are seeing, because if you say ROS production is contributing to endothelial dysfunction, so you are only measuring ROS dysfunction, and you are seeing whatever intervention is given, how it is minimizing or reducing ROS production. Reduction ही कहा है ना आपने? So you are seeing the effect of the intervention on ROS production, cognitive decline. Both are contributing to dementia.
Yes.
So your statement would be, the objective would be to study the effect of pharmacological intervention on ROS production. Second would be on cognitive decline.
Okay.
Right, but the question was how you are going to measure cognitive decline. वो कैसे measure करेंगे आप?
Ma'am, there is a technique. There are several mazes which we put the animal to test to.
नहीं, what
one is Morris.
One is.
Ma'am, ma'am, you're not audible.
I'm not audible. Okay.
No, now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, what are the measures for measuring cognitive decline?
What are the parameters that would be there?
How you are going to measure cognitive decline?
Ma'am, there will be analysis of biochemical parameters in the brain.
Okay.
And there would be animal performance on several mazes.
What are those animal performance on Hanji?
Ma'am, animal, we prepare a maze and we put the animal into that maze.
Okay.
Right? And animal has to spend a particular time in the desired area of the maze. If the animal is
that is maze test. Okay, performance on the maze test. And biochemical properties, what are those properties?
Ma'am, enzymatic, there are several enzymes and several neurotransmitters that whose levels are upregulated or downregulated in the brain.
Okay, so you have to be very, very specific when you talk about cognitive decline. So if you can indicate those parameters, maybe you are not taking up all, but you will be restricting your study to say 2 or 3 parameters. So you can write those parameters. Cognitive decline bracket में वो parameters आ जाएंगे. So it is not protection from cognitive decline. So you would say again would be study the effect of pharmacological intervention on cognitive decline. ब्रैकेट में वो पैरामीटर्स, वो 3 पैरामीटर्स 4 पैरामीटर्स जो आप ले रहे हैं, राइट? देन इसी तरह ROS प्रोडक्शन इज क्वाइट क्लियर. आप रिडक्शन तो होगी, बट बिफोर यू कैरी आउट द स्टडी यू विल नॉट से रिडक्शन. मे बी दैट इज अ सोल्यूशन, but you will see this effect of pharmacological intervention on ROS production. The result may be reduction of ROS production. Fine? हाँ जी, तो ये थोड़ा सा modify करने की जरूरत है.
ठीक है.
Thank you so much. Anybody from pharmacy sitting in your group would like to comment upon? अगर आपके वहाँ पे फार्मेसी से कोई और बैठे हैं पार्टिसिपेंट, तो दे वुड लाइक टू गिव यू द फीडबैक.
आपकी तरफ से नहीं, आपकी तरफ से नहीं,
और कॉलेज की बात
फार्मेसी से कोई और पार्टिसिपेंट नहीं है आपके वहाँ?
मैम, no ma'am, they are not giving any comments
Only one.
on this topic.
They are not giving comments.
Achha, they are not giving comments. Okay. Fine, thank you very much. Achha, anybody else who is left with emerging areas of research?
Yes, ma'am, mechanical.
Yes ma'am, mechanical engineering department.
Please go ahead. नहीं, उसके बाद JSS के भी बोलने के कर दिया. मैं just request है.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
Yes, please. Please continue. Yes.
Yes, slides are visible or not?
Visible.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, myself Ajay Kumar from Mechanical Engineering Department. We have chosen following emerging area in the field of the mechanical engineering. These are the automations, optimizations of the manufacturing parameters, composites, study of the heat transfer in combustion chambers, heat exchangers, solar-based applications, solar distillation, modeling and simulation and analysis, fracture mechanics in the composites, manufacturing of nanocomposites, and biodiesel. It means alternative fuels and many more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The kite group, I think very crisp and very focused. Thank you so much.
And we had identified the research problem.
Okay.
That is the identified area. We had taken the composite, and the composite in the field we had taken the nanocomposites. And research problem may be characterization of the mechanical properties, and that may be composite taken as a metal matrix, polymer matrix, or the ceramic composites, and the characterization may be on the basis of the experimental, analytical, or computational. So in this identifying the research problem, we had taken the polymer based nanocomposites, and the computational will be our area of interest in which we will look for.
Okay.
And this is the need of the study. The composites components can be specified and designed for a particular type of the load, because we can make a composite according to our requirement of the loading condition in any directional properties. It also offers a number of advantages over the conventional material, such as the resistance to chemical, thermal, and the electrical insulation properties. And it can also be machined like wood using diamond tool equipment. These are the needs for composites. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you. Objectives you have not mentioned.
The objective we had taken, I had both written.
Okay, that will be another. So they have said that this is area of study. So what are the advantages? So thank you very much, the kite group, the mechanical group, for the work done. And now
management is also there, ma'am.
पहले मुझे mechanical का ले लेने दीजिए from other branches, from other centers also.
Okay. Okay.
So
Thank you,
over
madam.
to JSS. Do we have mechanical group there? Anji, JSS Academy.
Now we are connecting. Actually, we are having some connecting problems. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, the group can speak. If they are not able to show the PowerPoint, they can only make a presentation, oral presentation can be there.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a minute.
And how much time? ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ सिर्फ बोल देंगे। Anji, JSS Academy, what has happened? Is the person going to make a presentation? Anji, good morning.
From JSS Academy, Noida.
नाम दोबारा बता दो प्लीज।
मैम विपुल सक्सेना।
ओके।
From JSS Academy, Noida.
जी प्लीज।
And the emerging areas related to mechanical engineering are utilization of alternative fuels in IC engines, additive manufacturing, biomanufacturing, mechatronics, and nanostructured carbon composites.
Okay.
In additive manufacturing, utilization of alternative fuels in IC engines like alcoholic fuels, natural gas, LPG, hydrogen, biodiesel, and batteries and fuel cells. There are some research pending in the area of the storage of the hydrogen related to fuel cells. In another topic is additive manufacturing. In additive manufacturing is an appropriate name to describe the technology that builds 3D objects by adding layer upon layer of material. This is something like rapid prototyping in the area of manufacturing. Another one is biomanufacturing. Basically, biomanufacturing is the use of living organisms to manufacture a product. It covers some areas like biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodetection. Biotechnology and bioengineering, they are the most major areas related to biomanufacturing. Another one is mechatronics. In the area of mechatronics, engineering may be regarded as a modern approach to automation techniques for the broadly defined needs of engineering and education. And the last one is nanostructured carbon composite. This is much more advantageous in the terms of strength, weight, and conductivity and form. These advanced composites have enhanced structural properties for maximized strength to weight ratio. So, these are the emerging areas related to mechanical engineering.
Thank you very much. But when we look to the two kinds of lists which have been given, one by KIET, another by JSS Academy, I find there's a lot of difference between the identified area where we find that mechatronics, composite structures, and then automation, CNC, etc., rapid prototyping, they are more where the research is being carried out in the area of mechanical engineering. So one needs to look into which is feasible in the Indian context. Maybe that is what we need to look into. Thank you very much, Mr. Sathya. And now I move on to MIET. If we have any mechanical group over there. कॉलेज मिस हो गया ना
नॉर्दर्न
नहीं नाइट नहीं है उधर
नॉर्दर्न इंडिया
नहीं गलत है कॉलेज ऑफ
Ma'am, we have biotechnology and MBA department with us.
Just a minute. No mechanical group. Okay. Okay, fine. Northern India College of Engineering. If you have any mechanical group working over there, so we can request a member to make a presentation. जी
Delhi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Actually, the mechanical groups is not amongst us. I represent the electronics and communication department. So I'll be discussing my research areas with you. So is it okay?
You didn't make the presentation yesterday?
No. Due to some reason, we were not able to discuss.
चलो electronics का कर लो फिर then we'll move to management and biotechnology. Okay, go ahead.
So here are a few list of few emerging areas in electronics engineering. More specifically, a few engineering a few emerging areas are biometrics, in which is related to human characteristics. For example, we have fingerprints, face recognition, iris recognition. These things are gaining importance more and more these days. It is why is it important? It is being famous amongst. It is able to regulate the persons going in and out and increasing the regularity among the people who are working together in a group. So there could not be any, nobody can call you, or there could not be any proxy. So then we have electronic nose, in which X-rays and MRI scans for detecting cancers. We use this electronic nose. Then it is also used for detecting spoiled food, chemical weapons, and cancer. These days, food is again very much a topic of great discussion. So another specific research area would be flexible electronics, in which flexible and folding electronic devices we have, like smartphones, flexible solar cells, which are lightweight, can be rolled up for launch and can be easily deployable. Another area of research, broader area of research would be EDA, that is electronic design and automation. This is a category of software tools for designing electronic systems such as PCBs and integrated circuits. Today the MNCs are basically working upon the various specifications, such as the flow planning is being done, how to reduce or optimize the flow plan for an integrated circuit, the minimum area that should be required for planning a flow plan. We are moving towards decreasing the size and making things more compact. So the EDA industry is working more towards that. These tools work together in a design flow. Chip designers are used to design and analyze this entire semiconductor chips.
Okay.
So these are the more specific areas in which the electronics and communication engineering departments are emerging.
Thank you very much. You have picked up the areas which are actually emerging areas in electronics. So thank you very much for the presentation. Now you can request to the management group to come up with the presentation.
Ma'am, we had done with the management group yesterday.
Okay. Management wala to yesterday ho gaya tha. Achha. Right. The person has taken up the fine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So over to any other group which is left. MIET. AIET, MIET बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वाला ग्रुप रह गया था, मैनेजमेंट रह गया, सिविल कोई किसी का रह गया तो बोलो.
Sir, biotechnology is there.
Okay, go ahead.
क्या फिलहाल तो emerging areas of
तो है ना
लीजिए यही है ना
Hello.
Ji, good morning.
Very good morning, ma'am. Myself, Ajay Kumar Sharma, speaking from the Department of Biotechnology, MIET. These are the following developments in the biotechnology, the innovative areas that we can work upon. Are you able to see the slides?
No. आप अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करेंगे तो होगा.
जी मैम.
जी.
Is it clear now, ma'am?
हाँ जी.
Haji. Ma'am, the first one is the development of stress tolerant plants, which may be needed during the climatic changes. As we have been observing that in this era where environment is changing very drastically, on one day we are seeing a very high temperature, on the other day within the summers we can see some of the winter patches, and within winters we are seeing some of the summer patches. So we can develop certain stress tolerant plants which can wither out, which may not wither out during these stages of the stress.
Okay.
In the second, another area is developing diagnostic kits for detection of cancer at early stage. We have a very well flourished animal cell culture lab where we have been working on stem cells and some of the identification markers which can be used for identification of the cancer in the early stages. So we can develop certain diagnostic kits based on these.
Okay.
The third emerging area that we can work upon is development of new drugs for pathogens. We have a very flourished pharmaceutical department also, and we are working on some of the collaborative project where we can identify and work for new drugs for different pathogenic bacteria or other microorganisms.
Okay.
Another area could be like a production of natural dyes as ingredients which could be used as coloring agent in food. In food, there are certain chemicals which could be used as coloring agent, but if we can replace these with the natural dyes, then they can be used as an ingredient for coloring agent. The last one is effluent treatment for eco-friendly and sustainable development. As we have, we very well know that pollution has become affecting each and everyone's life, not even in metros but in other cities also. We are going to see a new rule to be used in Delhi NCR, from particularly Delhi, from 1st of January. So likewise these effluents needs to be treated by using the microorganisms, which is a bio degradation term for that. If we treat these effluents and then discharge them into the ponds or other water bodies, then they may not affect or pollute the environment in that manner otherwise. So these are some of the areas or the technologies on which we can work upon.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the areas which have been picked up very much related to the problems being faced by the mankind, and they are going to improve the quality of life of the people in general. So thank you for identifying the areas. Now over to management group. If management people are there, हो गया था कि रह गए हैं?
मैम, यस मैम,
अच्छा,
कोई नहीं आया.
हाँ जी.
Good afternoon, madam.
हाँ जी, good afternoon.
Myself Vikhyat Singhal from MIT Meerut.
Okay.
I will be discussing about the research paper which was given yesterday.
नहीं,
So the objective of the study.
नहीं, just a minute. अभी research paper पे मत आओ. Areas of research आपने deal कर लिया था?
हाँ जी, we have already discussed yesterday.
So I think let me just ask from other groups if they have completed the second task. Civil का कोई है? Anybody from civil engineering at any of the centers? Civil की presentations नहीं हुई हैं? Hello. हाँ जी, हाँ जी. I would request the centers to please keep track of that you are all on YouTube. There's a noise level if you can reduce and request the member to make a presentation.
मैम CS डिपार्टमेंट में भी क्या
कौन से वाला?
कंप्यूटर साइंस.
कंप्यूटर साइंस तो हो गया ना कल.
Emerging areas
of research. If anybody from civil is left or civil का नहीं है, so then I think we move on to the second task which Dr. Sunil had given. If you have worked on that, then we start with the presentation.
Computer science department. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, can we start with the second task?
हाँ जी, go ahead.
Okay, ma'am.
वो तो जाना पहले तो. आपने लिखा हुआ है इंद्रजीत जी, आपने एक प्रॉब्लम लेके उसके ऑब्जेक्टिव हाइपोथेसिस वगैरह लिखे हुए हैं. ठीक है, मैं आपसे अभी फिर बाद में आपको कहती हूँ. Involvement has to be there. क्या भी लेना वो गल्ला मारते पे सीधे ना बाकी इतने सुनना चाहिए कि बोल रहे. नहीं आप ही पढ़ोगे. ओके आप ही. ओके नीड फॉर द स्टडी. चलो ये अभी लिखा नहीं है आपने, कोई बात नहीं, इसको भी छोड़ लो. जब आप बोलोगे देन विल कम टू इट, है ना. आप अपने पास रखो, मैं अभी बात नहीं कर सकती. जी, इज देयर गोइंग टू बी अ प्रेजेंटेशन फ्रॉम योर साइड GSS?
Yes, ma'am. It will take 5 minutes. Actually, we will share our screen.
अगर 5 मिनट लेने हैं तो फिर दूसरे सेंटर को बोलूं किसी को?
ठीक है मैम, बोल दीजिए.
Okay, so can I go to KIET, Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology? D. If you have taken up the second task, a research problem, written the need for research, then written the objectives and hypothesis, then the group can be invited to make a presentation on that.
Ma'am, task 1 is remaining for management group here.
तो मैंने बोला था बोलो. ओके चलिए वो पूरा कर लीजिए आप. इन द मीन टाइम गो हेड. कल बोल नहीं पाए थे. नहीं KI कट गया सी. कट गया सी.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ranju Lal from KIT.
Okay.
I'm going to share some emerging areas of research and management. I have listed it down. I'm going to read it out. Like life satisfaction, stress management, work-life balance, high performance work practices, talent management, influence of social media, employee engagement, impact of internet on family relations, role of internet on socialization, and I would like to add 2 more as insurance and risk management and CSR, corporate social responsibility. So we think these are the emerging areas of research we should give attention.
No, ma'am, I would like to just ask one question on that. You have included impact of internet on family relations. Now,
Yes.
why management is going for studying family relations?
It's like a sociological concept. I understand it's like a sociological concept, and we are just wanted to include all this also.
नहीं,
Because
मुझे ये बताओ, why we take up a study if we can't modify that? If say for example, because of this internet, the family relations are spoiling or mitigated, then can I do anything to improve upon the family relations?
No, we just can't do anything about the family relations. Just I wanted to
नहीं,
see.
ये मैनेजमेंट का एरिया नहीं है. You can
हाँ, ये sociology
Yeah, you can take up one variable as what kind of life satisfaction is there or work-life balance is there, which management can take care of. But I think family relations, that aspect need not come under management.
Okay,
Fine.
ma'am.
And
Yes, ma'am.
another, you have written role of internet in socialization. Would it be restricted to the workplace? You have
Yes,
to
yes, it
relate.
is.
Okay, so you need to relate it to the whether it is going to make any impact on the performance of the person, on the productivity of the organization, or it is
Okay.
going to help motivate the people or enhance their individual performance or what. So I think that area needs to be related. Internet and its impact on
Impact.
productivity,
Social.
performance, or whatever. Fine.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. So over to JSS Academy. किसने बोला नहीं है तो हाँ जी आर यू रेडी
Ma'am, can we continue?
एक मिनट अभी JSS Academy अब आपका इमर्जिंग एरिया
Okay.
क्या है
No, ma'am. Task 2.
नहीं अभी एक JSS Academy से ऐसा करते हैं दो टास्क हर एक जगह तो ले लो फिर खत्म कर दो और अगला सेशन है ना नहीं ਤੁਹਾਡਾ वाला कर लिया फर्स्ट कर लिया ਤੁਹਾਡਾ कर लिया उतना ही बोल रहे हैं हाँ जी आर यू रेडी चलो फिर
Ma'am, we are ready with the research problem. Actually, for that study, हमें एक problem दी थी. I'm Urvashi from JS Academy. So, the professor that has given us a question that we need to identify a research problem, the hypothesis, the objective, and the need for the research problem. So here we are from the computer science fraternity with the sentiment analysis. That is the one of the basic applications of artificial intelligence used to predict the box office review and success of a particular movie. So, hello ma'am, am I audible?
आगे आगे
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, actually, the social media and the emergence of ubiquitous computing is extremely important, and the content sharing of every data is the maximum thing is being done by websites. So this problem which I'm proposing, people takes the social content as well as takes into consideration the massive group of people involved. The question arises that why I'm taking this problem into the consideration. Since you know that the country like ours, where we have a large economy, so the main focus of the problem is to identify how can we rate the sentiments of the people, how can we rate that, this particular problem wherein we are identifying of rating of a particular movie, so massive group of people, whether it is youngsters or old age people or rich or poor or middle class, so their sentiments can be very well analyzed in respect to a particular topic, that is movie analysis. So this is of major interest. Apart from that, any question like in daily news also we observe that if we have been asked for a particular vote, so the sentiment I have planned to use a classifier to judge that what will be the basic result. So the real world outcomes can be easily observed from the box office review of movie. That was the basic need of the problem. That's why I thought about this particular problem. Next. So the basic objective of the problem, ma'am, is here to identify and analyze social aspects of the Twitter. I'll be taking the question arises where the data will come from. So the data will come from Twitter to improve the accuracy of the standard statistical methods which are used to predict the success of a particular movie. Apart from that, one of the major objectives is to integrate the mechanism of viral marketing and pre-release hype on Twitter and the role that attention plays in forecasting real-world box office performance. I'd like to elaborate that, ma'am, whenever we have an interpretation in our mind that this movie is going to be a hit, so what are we doing? We are actually analyzing the cognitive thoughts within our mind and the sentiment that, okay, this is the publicity stunt or whatever it may be, whatever advertising is being done. So for viral marketing and pre-release hype, that definitely adds on to the success or a flop ratio of a particular movie. Apart from that,
I also have the objective to study how sentiments are created, as in how positive and negative opinions propagate and they influence people. Say for example, a bad movie is there, so the initial reviews, like if I give a comment that okay, don't go and watch this particular movie, so at least I'll be able to influence, nearby people surrounding me. So this is the impact what sentiment has in our daily life, in our real world problems, and so for in the case of movie reviews also. The next, given the question of making a hypothesis, so I have divided preparation of hypothesis based on certain problems. For example, if I consider the task of viral marketing pre-release hype, so the hypothesis which we have taken into consideration is that movies which are well talked about will be well watched. That is the basic hypothesis number one. Secondly, as far as sentiment creation and rating is concerned, so data will be performed using text classifiers to distinguish positive and negative tweets.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I'll request Dr. Sunil to first comment upon the statement itself, the objectives which you have formulated, and the hypothesis. Over to Dr. Sunil.
Please show me your first slide, that is the problem statement. What is the yes? This is the need of the problem. What is the main problem statement? Sentiment analysis of tweets predicting a movie's box office success. This is the problem statement. Okay. Sentiment analysis of tweets predicting a movie's box office success. So I think there is no proper flow in the statement of the problem. Sentiment analysis predicting a movie box office success. Now let us come to first objective. First objective is that to identify and analyze social aspects of Twitter to improve the accuracy of standard statistical methods which are used to predict the success of a movie. Now you are asking two things in this particular statement. One is to identify social aspects of Twitter to improve the accuracy, and second is to analyze those social. What will you do after analyzing? What is the purpose of analyzing the social aspects? That is not clear. And second is to interpret the mechanism of viral marketing and pre-release hype on Twitter and the role that attention plays in forecast. So your objective is not very much specific. You are asking two things in one objective. So you can break down this objective into two small objectives. And third is to study how sentiments are created, how positive and negative propagate, how they influence, reasoning for the objective. This is not stated properly.
Because may I know your name, please? Yes, hello, JSS. May I know the name?
Ma'am, Urvashi.
Urvashi, the problem that you have enlisted is sentimental analysis. And one start from that people are right? How you are going to analyze the sentiment on the basis of the tweet switches. So what is the criteria for analyzing the sentiments? That is the first question you need to answer. Because if I am tweeting on there is a tweet, I have written certain comments. First thing is, it is going to affect the success of a movie at the box office. And then how you are going to relate the tweet with the success, how you are going to say that this particular tweet has a positive sentiment and this tweet shows a negative sentiment. So how you are going to make that criteria? First thing is to lay down a criteria, which are the positive sentiments, which are going to be the negative sentiments. Then you need to classify, you actually need to go for content analysis to find whether it is a positive sentiment or a negative sentiment. Then how you are going to relate it to the box office, because maybe the people who are going to the movies, they are not even reading the tweets which are there. So how you are going to ensure that the people who see the movie have actually read the tweets? ये तो बड़ा difficult proposition है. तो मुझे clear करो कैसे करोगे इसको?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I totally agree and appreciate the comments coming from your side because, defining a research problem is itself research in itself. So, ma'am, I'd like to answer that. Yes, definitely I would have to modify the objectives, redefine the objectives. Now, the two main parameters which my research proposal will be, interpreting is that one is the social aspect and second is the critical time factor. Within the social aspect domain, what we can do is definitely you quoted it right that I require a classifier. Classifier as in this particular classified objective will be to differentiate the group of people. Now, you're absolutely right that all the people watching movie will not be reading those tweets. But if the social, so that is the, if I talk about assumptions and the hypothesis, I was about to go to that particular portion also that one hypothesis is people who are frequent users of something like, Book My Show or these sites who are rating. So we are collecting that particular group of people. Apart from that, the critical time factor deals with the ratio of about 10 days or 1 week. So what are we doing? We are dealing with this particular critical time factor. इतनी रेटिंग में अगर हमें पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव मिलता है तो हम जजमेंट पास करेंगे. So, but definitely I should have mentioned it clearly in the objective. So now I'll improve whatever work you have told.
Okay, so I think once you write a statement, identify the variables and the objectives would flow from those variables. Here in this case, the objectives do not relate to the statement directly. So you need to be very sure of what exactly you are hinting upon, targeting upon, how you are going to measure the success of a box office, how you are going to relate, identify the people, and then accordingly formulate your objective. Right? Thank you very much.
And likewise, you can also formulate your hypothesis because hypotheses are also must be corresponding to those objectives. Like you have written that movies that are well talked about will be well watched. What do you mean? So that is not very clear.
नहीं, अब well talked और वो नहीं करना चाहिए आपको. आपने जब sentiments बोल दिया और आपने कहा कि you will classify them into positive and negative, the hypothesis should say the positive sentiments would lead to higher success rate or the negative sentiments will reduce the success rate of at the box office. तो ऐसा आपको hypothesis, or if you think that it doesn't affect, then you can start with a null hypothesis. Yes. That there is no difference in the success rate at the box office of a movie in relation to the sentiments expressed in tweets by the people. So वो आपको बहुत clearly you need to specify. ठीक है? हाँ जी. So you can, anybody from computer science would, from other centers would like to react to the study which has been taken up. कोई comment करना चाहेगा from other network institutions? कंप्यूटर साइंस के लोग तो बैठे हैं ना, तो MIT से, KIET से और नॉर्दर्न इंस्टीट्यूट से कोई बोलना चाहेगा? You have all listened to that. No comments. So thank you, Urvashi.
Hello.
But the purpose is to generate interaction.
Hello.
हाँ जी.
Can I ask one questions about this presentation?
जी बोलिए बोलिए.
Actually, ma'am, can I ask which technique she will use to know the sentiment of the viewers?
ये मेरे वाला क्वेश्चन हो गया आपका कि how you are going to, उन्होंने बोला tweets जो दी गई है उसको क्लासिफाई करेंगे. तो what is the criteria for classifying?
How to identify the features? Feature selection will be based on what?
वो criteria अभी laid down नहीं है.
वही हमने उससे पूछा है.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think now you take up AIET or MIET.
Thank you so much for your guidelines.
I think we'll have 2 quick presenters from each center. तो हाँ जी बोलिए सर, कौन प्रेजेंट करने जा रहा है?
Hello, ma'am.
जी.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
I'm
morning.
from Kite.
हाँ जी.
Myself, Arvind Kumar.
Praveen Kumar.
Okay.
I'm going to present my research area is energy consumption in magnets.
Okay.
So here, magnet is infrastructureless and self-organizing. Here, each nodes communicate with each others without any existing infrastructure and wirelessly. So it is rapidly deployable wireless networks. They are highly suitable for application involving special outdoors events and communications in regions with no wireless infrastructures. So it is useful for emergencies and natural disasters and military operations. Here, criteria for selection of the problems is main purposes. Routing is one of the key issues in magnets due to their highly dynamic and distributed natures. So particular energy efficient routings may be most important design criteria for magnets. Why it is needed? Since mobile nodes will be powered by batteries with limited capacity, so mobile nodes consume its battery energy not only when it is active, sending or receiving data or packets, but also when it stay idle listening to wireless mediums for any possible communication request from other nodes. So here, जब आपका mobile nodes one senders and another one is receivers. जब सेंडर्स कोई भी डाटा सेंड नहीं करता है अदर्स को, लेकिन रिसीवर्स जो है रिसीव करता है जबकि उसके लिए मैसेज आया हो या नहीं आया हो, स्टैंड बाय मोड में है, तो इस केस में क्या होता है कि पावर बराबर कंटिन्यू जो है कंज्यूम होती रहती है. हियर power failures of the mobile nodes not only affect the nodes itself but also its ability to forward packets on behalf of others. Thus the overall network's lifetimes. So here क्या होता है कि sometimes nodes आपका रेंज में होता है तो भी नहीं होता तो भी क्या होता है, कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए हम क्या करते हैं, मैसेज सेंड करते रहते हैं. समटाइम्स रेंज में नहीं होता है तो क्या होता है कि हम सेंड करते रहे तो पावर हमारी नोड की बराबर कंटिन्यू जो है कंज्यूम होती रहती है. तो इस तरह से हमारी पावर जो है वन नोड से अनदर नोड से कम्युनिकेट करने के लिए जो बीच में जैसे डाटा सेंड करते हैं या रिसीव करते हैं, तो यहाँ पर क्या है कि पावर को हम सेंडर टू रिसीवर जितना सेंड किया गया उतना ही रिसीव होना चाहिए. तो हमें क्या करना है कि मैम कम से कम रूटिंग फाइंड करने के लिए कम से कम पावर कंज्यूम हो और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा नोड जो है स्टेबल रहे. सो ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड रिसर्च. Here, research questions and hypotheses are: for wireless networks, the device operating on batteries try to pursue the energy efficiency historically by reducing the energy they consume while maintaining acceptable performance of the certain tasks. However, for multi-hop routings, which is typically for ad hoc and sensor networks, here objective of the routing protocol is to keep the networks functioning as long as possible. So objective can be accomplished by minimizing mobile nodes energy not only during active communication but also when they are inactive. Means transmission power controls and load distribution. These are two approaches to minimize the active communication energy, and when node is sleeping or power downs modes, so it is used to minimize energy during inactive. So these are parameters for routing paths. Determine energy efficient routing paths instead of the shortest one. Energy consuming per packets, time to network partitions, variance in nodes powerful levels, cost per packets, and maximum node cost. So here we will use sampling techniques, systematic sampling.
Okay.
अच्छा ये आपने लिखा
So
तो
ये
before you speak आजो
हाँ,
इंदर
इंदर जी आप कुछ
आजो
कहना चाहेंगे?
we have one person from electronics here so maybe we'll first request him to raise questions on that and just clarify and then maybe if Deepika you have a question no okay आजो आजो नहीं नहीं इधर आजो
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Praveen.
हाँ
Sir, I have one question that can you please tell us something about the routing protocols that are being used in MANET? Various routing energy efficient
There are
protocols.
many routing like AODB, DSR, DSDB. So we are using AODB and DSR.
Okay, so sir, what are the energy constraints while using these protocols? What energy constraints are to be kept in mind while doing this research?
So constraints are like transmission controls and mobilities and noise transmission and noise. Yes, these are constraints and cost of the each nodes.
That is also to be kept in mind. All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you Indrajit now over to Dr. Sunil
ओके प्रवीण कुमार जी जो आपने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट दिया है आई हैव गॉट टू ऑब्जर्वेशन टू मेक फर्स्ट इज आपका जो टॉपिक है प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट इट इज एनर्जी कंजम्पशन इन मिनट ठीक है मैंने कल आपको बताया था कि जो प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है ऐसी होनी चाहिए इवन लेमैन भी पढ़े तो उसको पता चले कि इसमें व्हाट द रिसर्चर इज गोइंग टू डू ओके यहां से ऐसे लगता है जैसे ये आर्टिकल है एनर्जी कंजम्पशन इन मिनट व्हाट यू वांट टू डू द ब्रॉड ऑब्जेक्टिव इज नॉट क्लियर फ्रॉम द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट दिस इज वन ऑफ द
डेवलप अ राउटिंग एल्गोरिथम फॉर
वो चीज आनी चाहिए थी ना टू डेवलप राउटिंग फॉर एनर्जी कंजम्पशन ठीक है फॉर इम्प्रूविंग जो भी है तो वो चीज मिसिंग है एंड सेकेंडली मैंने कल ये भी बोला था कि जो एब्रीविएशन है वो प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट में नहीं आनी चाहिए अगर आप मिनट को फुल एक्सपैंड कर दीजिए वो बेटर होगा राइट क्योंकि कई बार किसी को नहीं पता होता एंड सेकेंडली जो आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखे हैं दीज आर नॉट वेरी वेरी स्पेसिफिक वो बिल्कुल भी आपकी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट के साथ मैच नहीं कर रहे तो यू नीड टू डिफाइन और वो पैराग्राफ फॉर्म में नहीं होते जस्ट स्टेटमेंट या सेंटेंस या एक स्टेटमेंट होना चाहिए पर ऑब्जेक्टिव ठीक है तो मैंने कल आपको बताया था कि प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को आप एनालाइज कीजिए डिवाइड कीजिए कि कौन कौन से उसके कंपोनेंट्स हैं पैरामीटर्स हैं और अकॉर्डिंगली एक पैरामीटर के लिए आप एक ऑब्जेक्टिव बनाइए ठीक है ये मेरी ऑब्जर्वेशन है मैम
थैंक यू सर
मिस्टर परवीन अभी आपने जो बोला है that comes out to be a rather specific statement developing a routing algorithm for energy consumption in minute right so that becomes a very specific problem अब आप सोचिए if you need to develop an algorithm what are the various steps you are going to take बोलो
first ma'am first analyze the routing algorithms existing routing algorithms
analyze the existing routing okay
then evaluate different parameters like mobilities transmission topologies transmission controls
okay transmission protocols okay अगर ये कर लेते हैं उसके बाद
इसके बाद मैम मैं NS2 पर इनको using these parameters evaluate करेंगे
हाँ जी
using these parameters I will implement on NS2
NS2 पे इनको implement करोगे what is NS2
network simulator
okay simulator पे simulate करेंगे सिमुलेट करेंगे, ओके। उसके बाद आप क्या करेंगे?
इसके बाद मैम ओवरऑल ये देखेंगे पावर कंजम्पशन जो हो रही है
कहाँ कम हो रही है।
हाँ
So which is the condition which is leading to energy consumption, यही तो देखेंगे, है ना? तो वो उसको आप फिर क्या करेंगे, उसका एल्गोरिदम डेवलप करेंगे।
मैम राउटिंग रूट्स फाइंड करेंगे और ये देखेंगे कि मैक्सिमम टाइम पर कितना, मतलब मैक्सिमम टाइम तक हमारा रूट जो स्टेबल रहता है।
ओके, तो उसके बाद
में हम ये चाहेंगे कि कम से कम हमारी एनर्जी कंज्यूम हो रूटिंग के दौरान और नेटवर्क लाइफ टाइम बढ़ जाए।
नेटवर्क
लाइफ टाइम,
ओके, लाइफ टाइम बढ़ जाए। ओके, तो मुझे ये बताओ, अब देखो आपने once you have written that you need to develop an algorithm, the objectives they flow from it. So the very first one is to analyze the existing routing algorithm, then to evaluate the various parameters like mobilities, transmission protocols, and so on. Then to simulate the parameters on the आपने जो network simulator बोला, and then you maximize the stability, वो आ गया, and then you are coming out with the energy consumption कहाँ पे ज़्यादा होगी, that algorithm. So you are able to develop. तो ये steps आपके जो आप सोच रहे हो, they become the objectives of yours. Fine?
Yes.
I hope it is okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Over to आपके सेंटर से एक और प्रेजेंटेशन कर लीजिए quick, then we'll move to other centers. कितने बचे? Okay, so we can have one quick presentation. आपके सेंटर से काइट से कोई और करना चाहेगा?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी।
Presentation. FDP presentation.
आप बताएं।
सेशन स्विच हो जाएगा,
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm Ranju Lal once again from KITE, and I have a research topic that is related to stress management. And I have given the topic as, or problem as, to assess the level and gender differences of appraisal of stress among engineering students using a specific tool that is perceived as stress scale. It is a standardized tool that was developed by Cohen. And the need of study, actually when I joined the college, and I have seen few cases of students, they were under a lot of pressure, and they were you can say showing some negative behavior and using some other type of non-acceptable behavior. So that made me fail to work on this area. So just to understand the mental state of engineering students of 19 to 23 year age group, this is the most you can say बहुत ही नाजुक वाला दौर होता है, एज होता है बच्चों का, जिस वजह की वो डिसाइड नहीं कर पाते वेयर टू गो एग्जैक्टली अंडर प्रेशर.
नाजुक दौर.
To understand the thought process of this age group of professional students, which push them towards the positive or negative behavior. That was the actual need. Why I choose this subject to this topic to study on. I have made some objectives like to know the level of appraisal of stress among engineering students, to know the differences of appraisal of stress based on the gender, to study the gender-based stress coping strategies used by students. Females are using some other coping strategies and males are using some other coping strategies. And lastly, to suggest the appropriate coping strategies to both of them. And I have made two hypotheses. One is null and one is other is alternative. A null hypothesis, as there is no significant differences in the perception of stress among male present among male and female engineering students, and the alternative hypothesis is there is a significant difference in the perception of stress present among male and female engineering students. So please suggest if there is something.
Okay, thank you. I think let me react to it first.
So please show your first slide. That is the statement problem statement.
Okay, sir. First slide. First slide.
It is to assess level and gender differences of appraisal of stress.
Yes, sir.
So why you have included the word appraisal? And secondly, yes.
Sir, appraisal I have included in this like just a perception. Stress is a perception, whether a person is perceiving it very high
तो
or
यहाँ
very,
पर गड़बड़ होगी ना, तो आप या तो लिखते टू स्टडी द परसेप्शन ऑफ स्ट्रेस अमंग इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स इन रिलेशन टू देयर जेंडर.
Okay.
लेकिन अब आपने अप्रेजल ऑफ स्ट्रेस, अभी जो हाइपोथेसिस आपने लिखा है दैट इज पर्टेनिंग टू परसेप्शन ऑफ पीपल टुवर्ड्स स्ट्रेस. ओके,
यस.
तो ये जो आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव हैं, पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव तो ठीक है टू नो द लेवल. टू नो की जगह आप लिखे टू स्टडी द लेवल, टू स्टडी द नहीं, टू स्टडी द परसेप्शन. अब आप परसेप्शन मुहैया करना चाहते हैं या स्ट्रेस, तो ये क्लियर नहीं हो रहा.
ओके,
ये थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम आ रही है इसमें. टू नो द डिफरेंसेस ऑफ अप्रेजल ऑफ स्ट्रेस बेस्ड ऑन जेंडर, नॉट क्लियर.
ओके,
fourth one is okay. That's the appropriate coping strategy.
Ranjan, I think let's go to the very first slide which you have projected, the statement. The statement should be very specific. Now, just listen to, because you are primarily interested in knowing the stress level among the boys and girls of students, right? So don't write PSS received stress scale. Your statement should be the perceived stress among, or the सीधा लिखिए stress among students. कौन से students? अब उनको engineering students, right? Stress among students in technical institutions.
Okay.
Right? That is the topic. You need not use to assess or to study, because that becomes the objective. If you read the objective, we write to study. Fine?
Okay.
So it is stress among students studying in technical institutions, and that's it. Now go to your objectives. Objectives पे आओ पहले. तो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स जो है, पहला तो है आपका टू स्टडी द स्ट्रेस लेवल ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स इन टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन, राइट? टू स्टडी द डिफरेंसेस इन द स्ट्रेस लेवल ऑफ बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स स्टडीइंग इन द टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन. Third would be to identify or to determine the coping strategies used by the students for stress management.
Exactly.
Fourth one would be to suggest coping strategies to enable the students to reduce the stress level. ठीक है? हाँ जी. तो अब hypothesis पे आओगे, because you are only comparing. तो आपका जो आना चाहिए वो ठीक है, आपने जो लिखा है कि there is no significant difference in the stress level of boys and girls of technical institutions, right?
Yes.
That's it. Or if you are going to have the directional based upon the review of related literature, then it could be boys have or women have, or the girl students have significantly higher stress level than the boys in technical institutions.
Okay.
Alternate direction, non-directional भी हो सकता है, as you have written कि there is significant difference in the stress level of boys and girls of technical institutions. Non-directional भी हो सकता है, directional भी हो सकता है, depending upon
literature
conclusion you arrive at from the literature. Fine?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks
और
for that.
एक रंजन, मैं एक और ऐड करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि ये बहुत छोटी सी स्टडी बनती है, तो आप
हाँ,
जो स्ट्रेस लेवल है वो कंपेयर भी कर सकते हो कि सिविल इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स में या मैकेनिकल में या इलेक्ट्रिकल में या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में किस में क्या लेवल है ब्रांचेस में, ठीक है। और साथ साथ छोटा सा एक्सपेरिमेंट भी कर सकते हो कि जैसे आपने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं कुछ स्ट्रेस कोपिंग स्ट्रेटेजी, तो एक दो स्ट्रेटेजी को आप इम्प्लीमेंट कीजिए और उसका बाद में पोस्ट टेस्ट देखिए कि स्ट्रेस लेवल उनका कितना डिक्रीज हुआ है।
अच्छा,
You
तो
can't
different
have,
studies
yeah.
कुछ बन जाएगा।
I think Dr. Swami ने जो last में suggest किया है, that itself will be a very
Different study.
study which you can take up at doctoral level.
Yeah.
That is stress intervention, and see the effect of that intervention on the perceived level of stress by the student. Right? That would be experimental study. This is purely descriptive survey study. This is survey study. Fine?
तो ये
So
आपके
thank
ऊपर
you.
है, डिपेंड करता है कि क्या करना है।
Which side you would like. So I think I'll thank everyone for the presentations made. We'll reassemble at 2 o'clock for the next presentation session. And I'm sure the people have already completed the task that was assigned. Is it okay with everyone? Okay, so see you at 2 o'clock back in the seminar halls. Thank you very much.
लंच ब्रेक डाल।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਏਦਾਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਨੇ ਕਾਈਟ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਕੁਇਕ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਲਓ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਦੈਨ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਜੈਂਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ, ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ।
हेलो मैम, हेलो। अरे सर इनसे पूछना
1 minute, 1 minute, हाँ जी, यस।
मैम, जो हमारा दोपहर वाला सेशन होगा उसमें हमें क्या प्रेजेंट करना होगा?
वो देखिए, अभी आपने लिया कि अभी तो काइट ने प्रेजेंटेशंस की हैं 2, so we'll have the presentation on the second task which was given by Dr. Sunil regarding the problem statement, the objectives and hypothesis. You have made one presentation, so we would request that one more presentation be made by the group at MIE.
Okay,
Then
ma'am.
we have 2 presentations each from JSS and the Northern Institute, right? Uske baad, then we'll go to the third task, that is review of related literature. तो जो आपको papers दिए गए थे, उनके abstract आपने दिए हैं, so then we'll have two presentations from each center.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
So it will be presentations on the second, third, and the first and second and third task. Third task की हम feedback आपको flow कर देंगे, so you can compare your answers with the activity which Mr. Tukral has given to you. The multiple choice questions he has given, right? Some descriptive. So we'll give the feedback so you can compare your answers with that.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ जी.
Thank you, ma'am.
तुम हाँ जी, अभिलाष जी, सारे लोग अटेंड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं?
हाँ मैम, सभी लोग अटेंड कर रहे हैं ग्रुप में, अपने अपने बैठे हुए। वो 10 मैकेनिकल वालों की रह गई थी प्रेजेंटेशन मैम, तो वो लोग बना रहे थे अभी कल और आज भी।
वो अब टास्क के एंड में देखेंगे।
जी जी जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैम।
बट मुझे नंबर तो कम ही लग रहा है आपके पास।
मैम दरअसल ना जो कैमरा है हमारा वो दूसरे वाले उस पे शिफ्ट नहीं हो पाया।
ओके ओके, बट है ना सारे?
जी मैम, सारे बैठे हैं। वो दरअसल लैब है बड़ी, देखिए।
ठीक है जी, ठीक है। थैंक यू सो मच।
ओके, थैंक यू मैम।
प्रॉब्लम सच हाइपोथेसिस कुछ बनाई जाए।
We will start with may I request the participant of KIET to make presentation about the second task, that is the identification of problem, need of the problem. One more presentation, and about the objectives and hypothesis.
वड्डा करो, वड्डा कुछ नहीं निकला रहा आगे। KIT च बंदे तो नहीं, KIT करो। हाँ जी जी, चलो सर माइक ऑन कर लीजिए।
Ma'am, we have given all the presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we move on to MIET. बंदे बैठे हैं ना? MIET देखो। मेरिट इंस्टीट्यूट है नहीं? है नहीं? JSS Academy. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So, any two members who would like to make presentation on problem selected? एक तो हो गया था आपका कि नहीं हुआ? So, दो members can make a presentation right now.
एक हो गया कैंडिडेट CS का हो गया, मैं सिविल का दे रहा हूँ। मैं CS department has made the presentation and I will make the presentation from civil department.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Jeshujit Randhawa.
Okay.
And I will be giving this.
Go on.
Well, basically my research problem is structure health monitoring in absence of baseline data.
एक बार दोबारा बोल दीजिए kindly.
आपकी PPT है?
Yes sir, it's opening. Just give us a minute. Well, just 2 minutes. There's a okay.
मेरी पेन कराने मैं सुन रही ये कागज दे दूं ये कह रही ये बेचारे मैं माइक चुपना पेन रिकॉर्ड हो यार।
Ma'am, can I start without the PPT?
हाँ, sure.
Yes, sir. My research problem is structure health assessment in absence of baseline data.
Structure
assessment.
In structural assessment in the absence of baseline data. हाँ जी.
Assessment.
जी.
Yeah. So basically the important terms here are structure health monitoring, which we know that it involves in using intelligent sensors on a structure, periodically recording data from the sensors and using statistical methods to analyze the data in order to assess the condition of the structure. And a baseline refers to measurements of key conditions, indicators before a structure begins, from which change and progress can be assessed.
What are those? What are those three indicators?
Basically, a baseline refers to a measurement of key conditions, indicators. Like my indicator, it can be, for example, if I'm talking about a bridge, so for a baseline, I must be needing a healthy signature to compare in order to access the damage location of which is present inside the bridge.
Okay.
So a baseline just generally refers to the pristine or the healthy condition of a structure. And why this baseline data is important? This baseline data is important to set future targets for structure. And if we do not know where we are, how can we know where we are going? Estimate changes as the structure proceeds in monitoring, and compare the initial conditions and changes of structure and control groups in an impact evaluation. And my need of study, why I have taken this topic is that because many of the existing structures like bridges or other civil structures, most of the time they do not have baseline data or the data by which the baseline can be generated. And most of the time when they have baseline data, it is not in the form which can be used due to varying environmental conditions on the data. So extreme events such as earthquake or a hurricane also destroy the sensors themselves and require installation of new sensors at different locations on the structure, making baseline measurements meaningless. And lastly, present baseline methods and model updating, gap smoothing techniques, etc. are tedious and time consuming. So these are the reasons why I have chosen this topic. And my main objective is to develop a new simple and easy technique method which can help in structure health assessment in absence of baseline data. That is it, ma'am. Thank you.
Objectives you can, I think objectives you can read again if you have written, or are you clear what exactly will be included in the study?
Ma'am, I'm reading again. I just written one objective. The main objective is to develop a new simple and easy technique or method which can help in structural health assessment in absence of baseline data. Yeah.
नहीं, अब ये जो आपने बोला है develop new simple easy technique. अब simple easy के parameters क्या हैं ये बताओ.
Well, basically, the methods which are available right now, like for example, model updating, which is done using FEM software or analytical methods. These are very time-consuming, very mathematical, and very tedious. So I wanted to develop a new technique which is more simple and which requires less time and which can give me results immediately on site itself. So I do not have to go to the laboratory and to evaluate.
तो आप ऐसी टेक्निक कर रहे हो जिसमें लैब में ना जाना पड़े and it can provide you data on time and you require less time for getting that data.
Yes, ma'am. Using the sensor.
तो फिर ये जो simple, easy जो techniques है ना, so you can replace these terms with what you are saying.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? Think of modifying, developing a non-laboratory technique for what? For assessing or for structural analysis.
Yes, sir.
In the absence of baseline data and efficient. Okay, so developing a non-laboratory based efficient technique for analyzing structures in the absence of baseline data.
Yes, sir.
That is the main objective. But if you need to develop, then what are the procedural steps involved here?
Well, basically, what we need is, first of all, the sensors. Now, as the task becomes simpler, but the sensor cost, it increases marginally. So if I need my data to be immediately, I can get the data, I need more expensive sensors. So I need to develop a sensor. There is one sensor like piezo sensors, which are very cheap. So I just researched for that particular matter, and they can give the required data more cheaper, more economically.
So this requires development of a sensor. And if you need to develop a sensor, then आपका जो objective है पहला तो वही होना चाहिए to develop a sensor.
Sensors are available. We need to study for that. There are many sensors which are available, but
So
they are not.
what you are going to do then?
So, ma'am, I need to recognize by using 2 or 3 simple economical sensors, but not using expensive sensors, to use simple and more economical sensors to develop this technique. to develop this method.
Okay. So already available sensors में से determine करेंगे which is effective in giving you the results.
Yes, yes.
तो वो कैसे determine करोगे? Which sensor is giving you the more efficient way of determining the data or analyzing the structure? वो कैसे determine करोगे?
For example, if the study is going on,
I have A1, A2, A3 sensor and I would like to compare. तो ये comparison कैसे करूँगी मैं?
By keeping them in the same environment and same conditions, initial conditions, and taking taking the responses of each of the sensors, and which is giving the best you can say the response of the structure in best economical way.
Okay, so you need to तो फिर तो ये हुआ कि हाँ first would be to determine or identify the sensor on the basis of जो भी parameters
हैं
उसके बाद टेक्निक आएगी. Okay. आपके anybody who's there from civil आपके यहाँ पे any other member?
Yes.
बुलाओ उनको बुलाओ. Have you worked together or separately?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. May I know your name, please?
Ruchi Saraswat.
जी?
Ruchi Saraswat, ma'am.
Okay, Ruchi ji, ऐसा करिए. The problem which sir has taken, Mr. Randhawa, तो बताओ ये ठीक है या इसमें क्या improvement हो सकती है with respect to the objectives?
Ma'am, just now you were discussing about that it is a new, simple and easy technique. This, what I, while listening to your comments, what I feel is it needs some modification. So,
okay.
Just thinking, ma'am, again, simple and easy words cannot be you cannot exactly measure. Simple means what? So I think some modification is required where the words are measurable. So that the objective will be defined and clear to the others also who is reading, whoever is reading.
Ma'am, basically I'm here. If you see my research topic, it is structure health assessment. It is also in a broader term. I can also write structure health assessment of bridges without baseline data. I can also narrow down that, but I didn't narrow down because it can be applied to many structures because structures like spaceships also aeroplanes.
1 minute. Once you develop a technique, so you will be restricting the sample. It will be bridges only, or it can be other structures. So if you are including wider sample, then so it can be generalized. But if you are restricting to bridges, the statement of the problem needs to be specific. So you need to include the bridge, right? So otherwise you need to clarify what other structures you are going to include in the sample. Maybe the results vary from bridges to another structure. So you need to find out that also. Right?
Okay.
Anji, thank you so much, Mr. Randhawa.
एक चीज मैं कहना चाहूँगा,
please.
ये जो आपकी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है ना, that reads out structure assessment in the absence of baseline data.
Sir, it is health assessment.
अच्छा, structure health assessment.
Yeah.
लेकिन इसमें आपका मेन जो ब्रॉड ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो नहीं आ रहा है. इसका मतलब सिर्फ आप असेस कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद आपने करना क्या है. वो जो प्रॉब्लम है ना वो अपने आप में सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी होनी चाहिए कि व्हाट इज द ब्रॉड ऑब्जेक्टिव.
अब जो आपने बोला था ना डेवलपमेंट
आना चाहिए.
डेवलपमेंट ऑफ नॉन लैब एफिशिएंट टेक्निक फॉर स्ट्रक्चरल हेल्थ assessment in the absence of baseline.
ये टॉपिक
the structure health assessment itself says it is defined as using smart sensors to know the response of a structure. So you know, by number of
so health is that only. But you will be developing a new technique. You are not so. Jab structural health assessment is through sensors, fine.
Yes.
But
Yes,
you are developing a new sensor, na? Or you are developing a new technique for doing that.
Yes.
देखो ना, आपका मेन एम्फेसिस है, आपका मेन एम्फेसिस है डेवलपमेंट करना ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एग्जिस्टिंग, ठीक है ना, एग्जिस्टिंग है और उसकी असेसमेंट को डेवलपिंग न्यू वन, तो मेन फोकस डेवलपमेंट में होना चाहिए एंड दैट शुड रिफ्लेक्ट इन द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now move on to which
इसी का एक और
JSS हो गया ना, कंप्यूटर साइंस हो गया.
हाँ जी, आप बोलिए.
मैम MIT.
हाँ जी, MIT चलो आ जाओ. Yes, go.
Ma'am, mechanical engineering department, chemical engineering department and pharmacy are ready.
Okay, दो कर लीजिए.
So should I start?
हाँ, कोई दो बुला लो.
Okay, ma'am. So mechanical first.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
मैकेनिकल आ जाओ. हाँ जी, गुड आफ्टरनून.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Piyush Gupta. I am from
Thank you.
Department of Mechanical Engineering. My broad area of research is applied heat transfer and fluid flow.
Okay.
And the topic of research is thermal design of shell and tube heat exchanger using non-circular tubing flooded with water-based nanofluids. And the objective in this research topic is to develop the theoretical model for predicting the performance of shell and tube heat exchanger using non-circular tubing. That is, in general, we are using the circular tube in shell and tube heat exchanger. So we want to replace those circular tube with the help of other type of cross-section like elliptical tube, square tube, and rectangular tube, and comparing the performance with respect to the circular tube. In this case, the heat transfer coefficient will be better. And my second objective is to find the size of shell and tube heat exchanger for the given heat transfer duty for given input and found in the output condition. That is, we have to also find the overall size of the shell and tube heat exchanger, that is the diameter of the shell and the length of the tubes, which will give the optimum value. And also we will, for the given input condition, we find the output condition, that efficiency can shell and tube provide, or up to how much we can reduce the temperature of the hot fluid. Because in this shell and tube, basically we are using the two types of fluid, one is the hot fluid and one is the cold fluid. So our overall purpose is to reduce the temperature of the hot fluid. So in this experiment we want to determine that up to how much our hot fluid temperature can be reduced.
Okay.
And for this, our main assumption is we have to take the some physical properties of the two steam which we are mixing. Suppose we are taking the coolant as a water and hot fluid like ethylene glycol. Basic properties like fluid density, viscosity, thermal conductivity from the previous year papers or from the journals. And we also determine that how much heat capacity is required, according to which we have to design our shell and tube heat exchanger.
Okay.
And for this, our formulation is, we take the following formulas from the literature and from our book: the heat transfer and flow correction factor, and based on this we will determine the overall heat transfer coefficient and Nusselt number to predict the performance of the shell and tube heat exchanger.
Yes.
So this is our main topic in which we want to study.
एक बार स्टेटमेंट पे दोबारा चले जाइए. The very first slide.
Yes, ma'am.
मेरी आवाज ही नहीं देर में पहुंच गई थी.
दूर रखना.
हाँ जी. This is thermal design of shell and tube heat exchanger using circular tubing. Tubing or tubes? Non-circular tubing. नहीं, using non-circular tubes flooded with water-based nanofluid. Sir, would you like to retain tubing or tubes?
Non-circular tubing लिखा है ना आपने?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like?
It should be it. If we give tubes, it will be better.
Okay. So thermal design of shell-based. Okay. Thermal design. So why can't you use a word which qualifies that you are going to develop thermal design, or you are only giving a design, but you are not giving a. You are going to develop the shell and tube heat exchanger. Are you going to give only a design or are you going to develop a thermal shell and tube heat exchanger?
Provide the and the length of the tubes. So in this case, we will stick to the thermal design.
Okay, you are only going to give a theoretical design which can be used.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. For the optimum purpose.
Okay. I think go to the second slide, the objectives. Fine. To develop a theoretical model for predicting the performance of a shell in this to find the ठीक I think हाँ जी
क्लैरिफाइंग ली जा सकती है कि भी आप थ्योरेटिकल मॉडल डेवलप करने के बाद फाइंड आउट करेंगे साइज
पहले उन्हें बनाएगा ना फिर उधर दसेगा
साइज को मेजर करने के बाद डेवलप करेंगे
और पूछो तो मेरे साथ
मिस्टर पीयूष आप ये बताइए कि आपका सेकंड ऑब्जेक्टिव है टू फाइंड द साइज ऑफ शेल एंड ट्यूब हीट एक्सचेंजर फॉर गिवन हीट ट्रांसफर ड्यूटी आप ये पहले मेजर करेंगे उसके बाद डेवलप करेंगे मॉडल कि आप पहले मॉडल डेवलप करेंगे फिर साइज डिटरमिन
रेफरेंस लेंगे पहले हम पुराने
हाँ
पहले हम पुराने जो पेपर्स हैं जो सर्कुलर ट्यूब जो those paper which are already established for the circular tube, from those paper we will take the data and based on these data we will alter the size of the inside tubes.
हाँ उसके बाद आप डेवलप करोगे मॉडल
यस सर
तो फिर आपका वो जो सेकंड ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो पहला होना चाहिए कि नहीं
यस सर राइट सर
है ना पहले आपको ये साइज डिटरमाइन करोगे उसके बाद ही आप जो पैरामीटर्स आए उनको आप डालेंगे और मॉडल डिजाइन करेंगे राइट तो
यस सर राइट सर उसके बाद भी
हाँ तो इसका मतलब इसको जो सीक्वेंसिंग है वो ठीक होनी चाहिए थैंक यू वेरी मच बहुत अच्छे आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखे हैं बस सिर्फ सीक्वेंसिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड
यस सर
हाँ हाइपोथेसिस नहीं ठीक है वो तो
नेक्स्ट पे चले जाइए
नेक्स्ट पे चाहिए दैट इज नॉट द हाइपोथेसिस
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड
इसके बाद है
formulation
last slide हाँ ये
this is the last one
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਫਾਰਮੂਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ
फिर वो आपके
नहीं
इससे पहले वाली
चलो हाइपोथेसिस नहीं आया वो तो कांस्टेंट रखने हैं सम ऑफ द वेरिएबल्स एंड दैट वो assumptions so thank you very much for the nice presentation thank you
ma'am
so ma'am the next department is chemical
ठीक है जी
so should I ask Dr. Neha
हाँ जी
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And very good afternoon to other faculty members.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, today I will present the I have selected a major topic here, that is steady state calculations for pseudoplastic fluid structure around a square bar. On this, the selection of the problem is done on the basis of the work provided in the literature till now. This problem is a new work in which we will study the influence of aiding buoyancy under the the influence of aiding buoyancy around the long square bar in a steady regime, and most of the work which is available till now is on the horizontal cylinders. Here I will study this for the vertical cylinder, that is the flow will be in the vertical direction from bottom to top around a square bar which is of infinite length. The areas of application for this problem are building works, combustion chambers, flow dividers, heat exchange systems, cooling of electronic components and equipments, in chemical and biological, food and mineral process engineering, solar extraction systems, filter screens and flow meter. Here I have given the objectives for this study are I will state and the onset of the flow separation will be found for various Reynolds number and Richardson number. The drag coefficients on the surface of the bar will be calculated. The temperature field around the obstacle will be presented by the isotherm contours.
Stop here.
The hypothesis of yes,
No,
ma'am.
stop at the objective. Now your statement of influence of, right? So look to your objectives. The very first objective is only delimitation of the problem. It's not objective. So just read the statement.
पहले स्लाइड में चाहिए.
Only steady state calculations will be performed when if the Reynolds number range will be high. And
this is delimitation of the study. आप पहले अपनी statement of the problem पे जाओ जो पिछली slide है. Problem statement.
Oh yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. You are correct ma'am. Sorry ma'am.
इससे पीछे, इससे भी पीछे.
पहली स्लाइड पे आओ.
I got it ma'am. I got it.
Steady state.
I got it.
नहीं ये पूछो पहले की लिखा influence.
It should not be there. It should not be.
Influence नहीं है.
चलो तुसी पूछो
It is
study.
steady state calculation for pseudoplastic fluid structure around a square bar.
Calculation.
Steady state calculation
Yes sir.
or pseudoplastic fluid structure
Pseudoplastic
around a square bar.
fluid structure. ठीक है. Again structure.
Around a square bar.
Around a square bar. Okay. Okay. ठीक है. अब नेहा आप अब आ जाओ objectives पे.
Yes ma'am.
हाँ जी. अब देखिए the very first thing वो तो आपके टाइटल में है.
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Yes ma'am, it should not be there. It should not be there.
अगला भी पढ़ो. Onset of flow separation will be found.
Found sir.
नहीं found नहीं ना. अब
Yes, ma'am.
आपने क्या करना है? आपने तो influence का आपने करना था study state calculations for pseudoplastic fluid structure around a
Yes ma'am.
अब मुझे ये बताओ, if you want to calculate all this, what are the procedural steps? वो सोच के objectives को लिखना है.
Okay ma'am. Ma'am, here I will perform the streamline equations and we will find the streamlines for the whole fluid structure. And by finding the streamlines, after that we will find the velocity at different points of the flow, which will illustrate the onset of the flow separation after where the flow separates first, at which point, at which Reynolds number, at which parameter, that will be found out.
Okay.
Because at very low Reynolds number, it is a streamline flow.
Okay.
At very low Reynolds number, it is observed to be a streamline flow. As we go higher, there will be flow separation from the obstacle, and that point will be found out at the onset of flow separation.
Onset of, हाँ. तो अब देखिए पहला जो आपने कहा streamline equations, वो क्या करनी है? लिखनी है? क्या करनी है?
No ma'am, there will be calculations performed and streamlines will it will be shown by the by the procedure of figures. I will show it how streamlines are formed.
Okay.
When fluid flows around an obstacle, what type of flow we are observing?
Okay.
That will be represented by the streamlines.
तो इस ऑब्जेक्टिव में वर्ब कौन सी यूज करोगे?
नेहा जी, ये जो आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखे हैं, these are in the sentence form. हमें इनको स्टेटमेंट फॉर्म में लिखना है. We'll begin with some action verb. वो क्या करेंगे? That is to determine streamline equation. क्या determine करनी है?
डिटरमिन करनी है या चेंज करना है?
No sir, it is only determination sir.
तो
determine लिखिए.
Because till now we don't know. Okay.
So to determine streamline equation for
Ma'am, equations are already, we will perform the equations, we'll find the streamlines, how streamlines are formed. We will determine the streamlines there. How the flow structure, how flow structure is formed, that will be represented by the streamlines.
So to determine the streamlines, इतना ही लिखोगे?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, फिर नहीं, ये एक मिनट, अभी कुछ इनकम्प्लीट लग रहा है मुझे. आप दोबारा बोलो कि how you are going to proceed to arrive at the streamline equations. How will you arrive at streamline equations?
Okay, ma'am.
How would you arrive?
Ma'am, we will study.
हाँ बोलो, step बोलो.
Ma'am, in this problem, I have taken a square bar around which a fluid is flown from bottom to top, and we will observe its structure, its flow behavior by means of streamlines. And at row Reynolds number, this is found to be a streamline flow around the object, but as the Reynolds number increases, there is flow separation observed. Therefore, I will first find out the point at which the flow first separates from the obstacle. That I have called it as onset of flow separation. That will be determined.
Fine. So the onset of flow separation will be found with जो आपने लिखा है. So the first point is to determine the point for onset flow separation.
Yes,
ये
ma'am.
कहना चाह रहे हैं. हाँ, तो ये लिखो. To determine the point for onset flow separation.
Okay, ma'am.
फिर उसके बाद आपने कहा the drag coefficient on the surface of the bar will be calculated. So then you have to write calculate the drag coefficient on the surface of the bar. Calculate.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
है ना? To calculate the drag coefficient on the surface of the bar. Then आपका जो तीसरा आपने लिखा है, the temperature field around the obstacle will be presented by isothermal contours. ये थोड़ा सा clarify करो, क्या करने वाले हो?
Ma'am, actually the fluid which is taken around the obstacle is at different temperature than the obstacle. So there will be heat transfer from the obstacle to the fluid or from the fluid to the obstacle.
Okay.
So there will be some thermal heat transfer will be there. So the temperature fields will be set up, and that will be represented by the isotherm contours.
Okay, okay. So represent है ना? So to represent isothermal contour for temperature field around the obstacle.
To represent temperature field around the obstacle by isothermal
or through isothermal contour.
Okay, ma'am.
क्या करना है अब? Finally बोलो.
Finally, to represent the temperature.
Fluid नहीं represent temperature fluid को थोड़ी कर रहे हो. हाँ ठीक है, temperature fluid around the obstacle through isothermal contours.
Through isothermal contours.
ठीक है. अब ऐसा है कि these are random thoughts which are coming to us, but you can sit with your colleagues and modify.
Okay, ma'am.
You need to think how you are going to proceed. What will be the first milestone that becomes the first objective, second milestone that becomes the second objective, and so on. Fine?
Okay.
And you go to the hypothesis if you have one. Hypothesis बनाया?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी.
In this work, the mixed convection flow and heat transfer around a long square cylinder is in this work, the mixed convection flow and heat transfer around a long cylinder of square cross section under the influence of aiding buoyancy will be investigated in the vertical unconfined configuration for the Reynolds number of 1 to 20 and Richardson number of 0 to 1. The semi-explicit finite volume method will be implemented on the collocated grid arrangement to solve the governing equations along with the appropriate boundary conditions.
नेहा जी ये तो आप प्रोसीजर बता रहे हैं, हाइपोथेसिस हम क्या
After this, I am coming on the point, sir.
Okay.
The wake sizes on the rear side of the bar will be found to increase with increasing Reynolds number and vice versa with the Richardson number. The drag coefficients will increase with Richardson number at constant value of the Reynolds number.
ये लास्ट वाले दो, आप ये लास्ट वाले दो कह रहे हैं?
जी सर, yes sir.
तो एक्चुअली जो आप हाइपोथेसिस बना रहे हो ना, corresponding to these two hypotheses there should be two objectives.
वो आपने लिखे नहीं?
वो लिखे नहीं आपने. वो जैसे आपने बोला था अभी कि जैसे जैसे रेनॉल्ड नंबर बढ़ेगा ना, there will be separation of the flow of the यही बोला था ना?
Yes ma'am.
हाँ, तो वो आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में भी आना चाहिए.
ओके मैम,
है ना? तो आप लिखोगे. हाँ, तो इसका क्या बनाओगे?
To study the effect of wake sizes on the rear side of the bar.
नहीं. Effect of Reynolds numbers on the size, wake size.
ठीक है, आपका ये ऑब्जेक्टिव होना चाहिए.
उल्टा.
To study the effect of Reynolds number, increasing Reynolds number या increasing
change. To study the change in Reynolds numbers on wake sizes.
ठीक है, ये आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव बनेगा. इसके कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग ये हाइपोथेसिस है.
उसी से आप डिटरमिन कर रहे हो ना ऑन जो पॉइंट है फॉर ऑन साइट सेपरेट.
यस मैम.
हाँ, तो वो फिर अगर वो लिखा है तो इट इज इंक्लूसिव. देन डोंट राइट. Okay, second one is the drag coefficient will increase with Richardson numbers. ये अब Richardson number अलग है.
Richardson number
at the constant value of the Reynolds number. Okay. तो ये drag coefficient जो change करेगा ये objectives में कहाँ आ रहा है?
Ma'am, I have written there that to calculate the drag coefficients around the surface of the square bar.
Okay.
तो उसमें you will vary the Richardson number.
Yes.
And keep the Reynolds number constant.
Okay.
Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So we move on to the next institution.
हाँ जी.
Northern. एक मिनट, दो हो गए ना? अभी आप रुक लो. Meerut Institute. We go to Northern Institute. Thank you so much. Northern Institute. जी. है क्या? What there? Are they there? कौन है? Ankita, can I speak to Ankita?
बोलिए मैडम.
Ankita मैम है कि नहीं?
Yes ma'am. Good afternoon ma'am.
हाँ जी, good afternoon. Please request 2 members to give presentation on 2 different topics, right? From different branches.
Okay ma'am. One is Veena ma'am will be presenting from ECE department.
Okay.
And the next one will be by management department by Sonali Gold.
Okay.
Good afternoon ma'am.
And good afternoon.
My presentation will be on first a solution to the challenges faced by the closed source world. This is a paper which is based on an ongoing work. It is one of the latest works that are going. Not much of literature survey has been covered under this topic. First stands for free and open source softwares that upcoming the MNCs are working on these days. So in the introduction we'll be as I said, FOSS is free and open source software. This software is easily available to the public, and the main advantage of the software is that it enables anyone and everyone to use it without paying any royalties or fees. So here, this paper basically talks about why open source software is better or is gaining importance these days as compared to closed source softwares. Bigger MNCs today, the MNCs like such as Mentor Graphics, Cadence, these industries are working on tools. They have created their own tools and they are providing their tools to startups for working on different projects, but they are licensed and paid softwares. So the focus of the paper talks about the advantages of open source. This paper has different types of open source EDA tools also being discussed, such as Icarus Verilog Simulator and its related problems. The keywords that are of importance are like crowdsourcing. And crowdsourcing means that open source evolves through community cooperation. Like, everybody is free to contribute. Whosoever is willing to contribute, like people, enthusiastic students who are willing to contribute to their some students are they are more willing to contribute in the coding. They have more interest towards coding side. So what they can do is they can pick up those codes that are available on the internet and are free. And they have their licenses also, like EDA also has GPL licenses, that is general public licenses. These can be distributed also freely and without any cost. No royalties need to be paid. So here, why open source? This paper talks about why open source and why closed source is not considered to be very good. Closed sources are licensed. Open source is free. One hand. Yes, ma'am.
I have a small query before you proceed with your presentation.
Yes.
Is it a theoretical paper or is it based upon certain research? Because once you're talking about the solutions to the challenges faced by the closed source world, right?
Yes,
So, have you carried out any research on that, a survey kind of study, or is it just based upon the literature which is available, or is it just a theoretical part of the research which you are carrying on?
Ma'am, it is basically more like a research paper. A lot of research had been carried out, and the author talks about why is it gaining importance.
नहीं नहीं आप ये आपने करा है या किसी का पेपर आप प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो?
नहीं मैम, है मेरा with some other person. It was a industrial.
Okay. Now tell us, is this the title of the paper? So we don't want that what title of the paper, but what is the title of your research? That is statement of the problem, because this is only part of that.
Yes.
आगे चलो. Okay, let us know the objectives. Why did you take up this?
The reason being open source is why I'm saying that open source is a solution to the
objectives. Objectives क्या थे?
Ma'am, objectives इसके ये भी है कि closed source people are today. If I have to work on an EDA tool, I have to buy at least if I need to work on something like on the parameters or the tools such as Virtuoso, which is given by Cadence, then I have to first buy the license and then only I can proceed with my work. So this is a closed source world. Like at the background, whatever icons that I'm getting in the tool is the basic code that's hidden from us. So it's just that at the back end, whatever work and the coding is required to build up a software, that's hidden from everybody. So it is big and it is very expensive. That is why startup companies are not able to work more towards these solutions as they are very expensive. So open source is a possible solution to these tools that are being closed source or licensed. So this paper mostly talks about that.
Okay. So what was the design used in that? How did you come out with the solutions to the challenges? What were the major challenges found?
My first challenge was that it was paid. Since the amount that is required to buy purchase the license is pretty heavy. Not everybody, if I have to start up my own company, then it would require me a lot of amounts. First, I need to collect that amount and then I have to pay the royalties. So the biggest issue is this. Secondly, the coding part that is required to, if I'm willing to create my own tools, or if I'm willing to add on my own features to that tool in order to make an additional contribution, the basic code that is required, in which I have to add on or append my own code, that basic code is not available in flow source. So which are working very fine. So that is where a lot of people, they are coming together. They are this is called closed sourcing. People are crowdsourcing. People are coming up together. They are putting in their own codes. They're trying their level best to make a basic code that is free and openly available to everybody, so that even students who are enthusiastic and willing to contribute in the field of software, they can do that. They can twist and tweak with the code and come up with something maybe innovative that has not been that these companies have restricted us with.
1 minute, 1 minute. Once you say closed source word and you're talking about the licensed software, it is cost बहुत ज़्यादा है, and the code is not available, so you cannot add features. That's why open softwares have come. So research कहाँ हुई इसमें, मुझे ये नहीं समझ आया. This is what theoretical paper you have published.
Yes, ma'am. Research में ये भी था कि एक simulator है, that is Icarus Verilog. That is an open source simulator. इसमें what they do is they are here everybody's contribution is open. So what I did is मैंने उनका एक सॉफ्टवेयर का कोड उठाया. I did my own alterations to that code. I added some lines. I removed some of theirs. तो मैंने एक icon बनाने की उसमें कोशिश करी थी.
Okay.
I came up with certain bugs.
तो ये जो आपका अभी जो आप बोल रहे हो ना, that comes as a part of development of or modification in the existing open software for a particular purpose. तो उसका purpose क्या था उस software का?
Sorry ma'am.
जो आपने software लिया था, simulator लिया था, open software, और उसको modify करा, उस software का purpose क्या है? वो क्या बनाता है?
Ma'am, ED tools, ED electronic design automation tools बनाता है, which are used for IC fabrication. Integrated chips को fabricate करने में वो
Okay, तो अब देखिए ये research है कि you have taken up a open software, you have added few features to it, and you have used it for electronic जो भी integrated design automation or whatever. तो अभी ये बताओ, जब आपने कुछ features add किए, did it give a better design? Did it give a more cost effective product? और उसका फायदा क्या हुआ?
Ma'am, we were working on that. We could not come up with a particular solution because a lot of bugs were coming in. So when I was talking about this open sources, there's a society called Git. On Git, we put up our problems, we put up our code that's available to everybody, and everybody is welcome to, if there's anyone who can pick up the code. If we are not able to do that, people who are giving us solutions to develop.
Agreed. You are moving towards a research, but whatever you have, the title which is shown here, which is your contribution as a paper to a journal, that is a theoretical paper. So actually what we wanted was, what is the research problem which you have taken up, and what is the you are pursuing the research, and what is the hypothesis based on that, the review of literature. So that was the task given. Actually, this is theoretical contribution to the journal.
More like a literature survey, sort of.
Okay, I think, thank you so much. I'll not go. Will not continue with this. Hanji. So we'll stop here. We'll stop here. I think we have already spent 1 hour. 1 hour on this. People might have got fairly good idea how to write a problem statement. What do we understand by objectives? And objectives are the statements starting with the verb to study करना है, to determine करना है, to calculate करना है, to study the effect करना है, क्या करना है? And the third thing was the hypothesis. So hypothesis is a tentative solution to the problem. तो जो आपने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट दी है उसका टेंटेटिव सॉल्यूशन बेस्ड अपॉन द रिव्यू ऑफ रिलेटेड लिटरेचर. तो ये हमारा पर्पस था आपको क्लियर करने का. व्हाट आई वुड सजेस्ट द अदर मेंबर्स their PPTs can be collected, can be sent to me. We'll give our comments on that and send back through the email, right? Now, if other members have taken up the review of related literature task, we can have one presentation from the 4 centers. I'll start with Nadran Institute, Delhi. आपके किसी ने review of related literature वाला task किया है?
Ma'am, we have done the task on review of literature along with the entire work on the research methodology, along with the objectives and the title and the rationale of the study. So, can you present that?
Review of related literature किस area में लिया आपने?
Ma'am, it's by the management department on non-performing assets.
Okay, चलो आप ले लो.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Go ahead. सारा कुछ कितना है? Okay, complete example एक ही लेंगे. क्या बोला हाँ जी.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
It is basically a study on non-performing assets and recovery strategies. It is with respect to one of the companies and its competitors.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll start with my PPT, and the introduction carries the non-performing assets is any asset used to generate income for the financial organizations. And known assets are divided among performing assets and non-performing assets. Ma'am, this is basically a slide giving the introduction of our topic on non-performing assets, which says that any payment which fails to be due after 90 days is considered to be a non-performing asset by the organizations. The next slide we've taken up is of the review of the literature. We have picked up certain journals and articles from where we have taken the line of research for this paper, and we have discussed 3 papers here. The one was published in 2011, which basically studies the trends in non-performing assets by the Indian banks, and it has made a comparison with the public sector banks along with old private sector banks. The second paper we have studied is that it studies the level of NPS in 2 different banks. It is a comparative study amongst 2 banks, how they are comparing as to in which of the banks the level of NPS is higher, and what are the recovery settlement strategies that they are adopting, whether it is through legal ways or through corporate restructuring.
Okay.
The third paper that we've taken up was published in 2009. It was a review paper that studies the root causes and the various reasons of increasing non-performing assets in public sector banks, which leads to malfunctioning of a particular organization.
Fine.
Ma'am, the objectives of the study are to study the causes of NPS.
I think 1 minute you can change the slide also if you have written the objectives.
Ma'am, is the slide not visible because we've already changed?
Slide तो हमारे पास आ रही है. आप इसको, if you have written the objectives on the slide, go to the second or third one if you have included. लिखे हैं कि नहीं?
Ma'am, लिखे हैं. There are 4 objectives.
तो slide change कर दीजिए ना. Slide पहली ही दिखाई दे रही है हमें.
Ma'am, just a second. We have already changed the slide. Probably it's not visible to you.
आप अच्छा आप अपना शेयर कर दो ना, फुल स्क्रीन शेयर करिए, फुल स्क्रीन।
ओके मैम।
हाँ जी, पहले स्क्रीन शेयर करिए। हाँ जी, एंटायर, हाँ जी, अब आ गया।
Ma'am, the objective of the study is to study the causes of NPAs and its adverse impact. Other is to identify which category of advance payments are treated as NPAs.
Okay.
To analyze the reasons for an assets becoming NPAs. And the last but not the least, to identify the recovery strategies of NPAs. Then the research methodology is type of research.
पिछली स्लाइड पे जाइए। हाँ जी, अब देखिए, the very first objective, it consists two things, causes and effect. Can they be separated out?
Okay, ma'am.
So first one is to study the causes of NPA. फिर आना चाहिए to study the impact of NPA. किस चीज पे? NPA on किस चीज पे? Impact कहाँ study करना है?
On the functioning of the organization.
On the functioning of the organization. फिर जो आपने लिखा है, identify which category of advanced payments are treated as NPA. तो ये तो पहले होना चाहिए.
Okay, ma'am.
First you identify the category of advanced payments are treated as NPA. उसके बाद study the causes of NPA. फिर जो आपने कहा है, analyze the reasons for assets becoming NPA. वो तो पहले के बाद आ जाना चाहिए. जो आपने causes कहा है, reason, cause क्या है और reason में अंतर क्या है?
Okay, ma'am.
एक ही चीज है?
नहीं, आप बताओ. You have written. Is there a difference?
Ma'am, there is a difference because the reasons may be typical to the organization also. The reason can be typical to the person who's defaulting also.
Okay. Cause क्या है?
The causes can be, ma'am, or maybe the credit period is not that much that people tend to default.
एक minute. जो credit period है, that is the organizational reason that organization has fixed a period, but the person is not able to pay. तो reason और cause में तो अंतर नहीं है ना?
Okay, ma'am.
So I think you need to retain one, and then said to identify the recovery strategies of NPA.
Yes.
तो रिकवरी स्ट्रेटजीज हैं. अब ये किसमें देखना चाह रहे हो आप? बैंक की देखना चाह रहे हो ना? तो व्हाई डोंट ये स्टडी करना चाह रहे हो आप?
मैम, बैंक्स.
बैंक्स, विच बैंक्स? पब्लिक, प्राइवेट, कौन से बैंक?
मैम, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स.
ओके, सो कहीं एक ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में दैट नीड्स टू बी क्वालिफाइड.
ओके मैम.
कौन जैसे आपने लिखा ना, टू आइडेंटिफाई, जो पहला करा आपने, टू आइडेंटिफाई विच कैटेगरी ऑफ एडवांस पेमेंट्स आर ट्रीटेड NPAs by public sector banks.
Okay, ma'am.
And then it can follow. अब आ जाओ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे.
Ma'am, I have a question here.
हाँ जी.
Ma'am, is it wise to compare a public sector bank with a private sector bank, or should the domain be one only?
नहीं, अगर आप देखिए कंपेयर करते हैं तो certainly the strategies which are used by different types of banks, if they are effective, they can be replicated in other banks also.
Okay.
तो एक आपको एक और आपको मिल जाता है. Comparison would give you that one. हाँ जी. So you can pick up both.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ जी.
Thank you.
Next. हाँ जी.
And then the type of research is exploratory and descriptive.
Why do you say, is it including that it is not researched area at all?
Sorry, ma'am.
When you say exploratory, exploratory study is taken up when you don't have many studies in the field and you have very little research literature available to you. Is it? No, you have number of papers in this area.
True, ma'am.
3 तो आपने ही पढ़ लिया, तो एक्सप्लोरेटरी नहीं है. It is going to be descriptive.
Okay, ma'am.
और
Okay.
descriptive में भी आप कौन सी स्टडी है ये?
Ma'am, in case we use a questionnaire also to validate this research, then also will it be termed as a descriptive research?
नहीं, डिस्क्रिप्टिव रिसर्च इज ऑफ 3 टाइप्स. आपकी सर्वे हो सकता है, केस स्टडी हो सकता है, कंटेंट एनालिसिस. So
Yes.
are you interested in going to number of public sector banks and collect the data and then have number of respondents? Then it becomes a survey research. If you are going to a particular bank and going deeper, then it becomes a case study. तो आपने डिसाइड करना है whether आपके जो टाइटल है वो लग रहा है कि it is a survey research. Survey research.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ
Ma'am,
जी.
we mentioned this in the final study when we actually.
Okay. चलो डेटा आगे जो आपने लिखा डेटा कलेक्शन.
Primary sources, ma'am. If we take it in the form of a case study, we'll go to the particular bank and interview the officials. Else we will, in case it's a survey technique, then we'll go and administer a questionnaire.
Fine, fine. Secondary sources क्या हो गया?
Ma'am, the annual reports of a bank, the financial reports, and the journals which we get on the related topic.
Secondary source.
वो जर्नल्स नहीं आएंगे.
नहीं, ये secondary source क्यों है annual report?
ये देखने के लिए कि भी एनपीए
नहीं, why that is say secondary, that is a primary bank.
हाँ, yes.
देखो, annual report of a particular bank is prepared by the bank. So
Yes.
but the information primarily you are getting from the bank itself. तो annual report उसी की है, उसी में से भी कुछ supplement हो सकता है data. Okay, fine, fine. ठीक है, secondary हो गया. ठीक है जी. नहीं, कौन सा? Discussing of? वो तो इन्होंने एम ही लिखा है, कोई गल नहीं. अच्छा, हाँ जी, चलिए नेक्स्ट चलिए.
Ma'am, this is the hypothesis.
हाँ.
The null hypothesis says that recovery strategies adopted by organizations help to convert NPAs into performing assets.
Okay.
And the alternate hypothesis that we've taken is that recovery strategies adopted by organizations do not help to convert the NPAs into performing assets, meaning that the recovery strategies that they're employing are not quite effective in converting the non-performing assets into a performing asset for the organization.
एक मिनट, आपने यहाँ गड़बड़ कर दी है, तो मैं डॉक्टर सुनील को बोल रही हूँ. नल हाइपोथेसिस क्या लिख दिया और अल्टरनेटिव ये उल्टा कर दिया.
Okay.
फर्स्ट वन है ना, दैट इज द
Actually
डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस है, और जो दूसरे वाला लिखा है दैट इज नल हाइपोथेसिस.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
थोड़ा सा उल्टा कर.
नॉट हेल्प ना, वो भी तो डायरेक्ट है. ਉਹ ਤੇ ਆਨੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਨਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ? रिकवरी स्ट्रेटजीज
ये कंपेयर तो कर ही नहीं रहे.
हाँ, तो फिर डिफरेंस आया ही नहीं. हाइपोथेसिस बना रहे हैं.
आपके हाइपोथेसिस बनेगी नहीं, जो आपके ऑब्जेक्टिव है ना, उस हिसाब से आपके गोल बनेगी.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear. It's breaking.
Actually, what is, once you take up a survey study,
Yes.
and you are only trying to identify the causes of NPA, you are trying to identify the strategies adopted by the banks to convert NPA into performing asset,
Yes.
then hypothesis is actually not required. If you are going to make a comparison between the public and the private banks, then
Yes.
maybe you come out with that the strategies, the recovery strategies adopted by the private banks are better than the strategies adopted by the public sectors in converting or in transforming NPA into PA. ठीक है? तब सर्वे में इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. If you are taking only public sector, then hypothesis is not required.
Okay, ma'am.
Fine. आगे चलेंगे. आगे कुछ है?
No, ma'am.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। लेकिन आपने रिव्यू तो पढ़ा नहीं, तो रिव्यू से मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा कि आपने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट ठीक बनाया या नहीं बनाया?
Ma'am, we'll present it to you tomorrow.
Okay, okay. You can send it through email. Ask your coordinator to send it. Fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Inderjeet ji, तुसी review बनाया? We have Mr. Inderjeet, who will be reading out the review of the paper which was given to him. So he has prepared an abstract. Ajo, ajo. पेपर ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਰੀਕੇ से सीखा काम लंबा ज्यादा हो गया, काम टाइम थोड़ा है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾ, ਅੱਛਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸੋਲਰ ਪੈਨਲ ਐਫੀਸ਼ੀਐਂਸੀ। ਚਲੋ ਇਹ ਦੱਸ ਦੋ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਦੱਸ ਦੋ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ये तो डिफरेंट है ना?
हाँ, ये तो पढ़े ही नहीं है।
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है।
सिर्फ थल्ले पेपर पेन ओपन हो जाएगी पेन ड्राइव।
हाँ जी करो, इन्हें मिनिमाइज कर दो, मिनिमाइज करो।
नहीं इधर आई गई, बंद लग रहा है। हाँ मैं वही नहीं कर रहा।
ये तो उन्हें दी आ रही है, थोड़ी नहीं आ रही।
नहीं मेरी है,
ये थोड़ी है, पर खुद स्कैन है,
स्कैन करना।
पहले प्रैक्टिकल को डिस्कशन एंड
स्लाइड शो नीचे है,
स्लाइड शो। हाँ ठीक है ठीक है।
F5 हाँ जी।
Good afternoon, madam and all faculty members and all participants. So the task was to write an abstract on a paper titled Solar Panel Efficiency Improvement with Tracking and Fresnel Lens Concentrator. So I have gone through the paper yesterday, and I have written one abstract that will be displayed in the next slide. So I'll also read the same. Sun is giving us a large amount of solar energy each day. Solar energy need to be conserved and used for producing electricity using special devices called photovoltaic panels. These solar electricity producing devices have been in use for around 50 years. It has always been a dream of many researchers to obtain clean, cheap and abundant electricity from the sun. That indeed results in a number of discoveries every year, and hence advancement in this technology is still on the move. But this technology suffers a drawback of low efficiency. In this paper, this issue has been taken into consideration, and an effort has been made to increase the efficiency of solar panel using tracking and Fresnel lens concentrator. Tracking unit is deployed to take the feedback of sun position, and then microcontroller drives the motors to move the assembly towards the sun to deliver maximum power. In addition, a lens system is used to increase the efficiency by concentrating the sun rays to yield maximum power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inderjeet. Now I would go to JSS first, and if any person has taken up the same paper, because I have sent this paper to the coordinator, किसी ने same paper को करा है, abstract बनाया? Any center, if you have taken the same paper, solar panel efficiency improvement?
Yes, ma'am, I'm from JSS.
Okay, so you have used the same paper. Can you read the abstract, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Ma'am, shall I start?
जी मैम बोलिए।
Okay. Solar energy, which is found in abundance, is replacing fossil fuels as energy source. The biggest limitation in using solar energy is the difficulty in increasing its efficiency. The efficiency of solar panels can be calculated based on the incident rays falling on the surface of the array. This paper presents a two-axis sun-tracking solar cell array system which uses a Fresnel lens to further increase the efficiency of solar panel system. A microcontroller-controlled array receives the signal from 4 LDR sensors acting as actual tracking sensors and compares it with a reference sensor in real time according to ambient atmospheric conditions. This control system can control the drive motors for tracking the sun and adjust the PV array to maintain maximum peak power output at all times. The Fresnel lens-based concentrator gives potentially high performance results, and this paper also compares the results with a stationary solar panel of same rating which demonstrates or validates the increase in efficiency.
Thank you very much. I think, Mr. Indrajit, you can see the difference in the two abstracts. The one which you have written gives us why solar panel improvement is required, right? And she has tried to give you the abstract, what was done and what was the effect of that. If they have used the solar tracking system, a new one, which uses Fresnel lens also, and what is the benefit of that, how the efficiency is improved. So a person would benefit more by reading the abstract written by JSS group than reading my abstract here. Okay. So thank you very much. May I know your name?
I'm Abhilasha Pawar.
Thank you so much, Abhilasha ji and the group. And now I move on to MIET. किसी ने लिखा है इसी same paper को electronics वालों ने किया है या नहीं? MIET, KIET. Anybody who has taken the same paper and written the abstract?
नहीं मैम, हमारा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का पेपर दूसरा था, मैंने आपको बाद में भेजे थे ना उसमें।
अच्छा, हाँ जी, मुझे मिल गया था। Thank you so much. So thank you very much. Now I would request KIET, अभी JSS थे ना?
हेलो मैम,
हाँ जी, कुछ हाँ जी नॉइस कम हो गई है। हाँ जी बोलिए, आप KIET से है? कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट, कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट, कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट।
अभी नहीं हुआ।
नहीं हो गया, आपकी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है।
Right, ma'am. Actually, we don't have any participant from EC and electrical background. That's why we are now.
नहीं, चलो EC से नहीं लीजिए। Anybody who has done the review?
Yes. We have one from pharmacy.
हाँ जी, आ जाओ।
Sir,
we are having one presentation from pharmacy department.
Okay.
Okay. They will start.
I think
right. Start.
अच्छा, इन्होंने मैंने पेपर नहीं भेजा ना? हाँ भेजा। रुको।
Ma'am, is it visible?
जी, नहीं, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट विजिबल नहीं है। आपने स्क्रीन शेयर नीचे आ गया होगा। एक मिनट। हाँ जी, आ गया, पर पढ़ दीजिए। Which paper you have taken up?
Ma'am, the paper is kidney targeted drug delivery systems.
Fine.
And the abstract that we have written is targeted drug delivery systems are being employed widely for localized delivery / activation of drugs. This improves the safety profile and simultaneously reduces the loading dose and frequency of drug administration. This review focuses and summarizes the systems and strategies for delivering the drugs to the kidney. These unconventional systems exploit the various target sites in the kidney by loading the drugs into protein macromolecules, prodrugs, conjugates, incorporation in nanoparticles and liposomes, renal drug delivery systems may open new paradigms in the process of targeting drugs in the kidney and may serve the patients with chronic renal disorders.
Wonderfully done. I think, thank you very much for a nice work done, because it is a paper which is only conceptual and giving just kidney targeted drug delivery systems. Thank you very much. I would request MIET, because they have also used the same paper. So MIET में किसी ने करा है यही पेपर ना? अभिलाष जी?
हेलो, हाँ जी मैम, ये वाला पेपर नहीं करा है।
हाँ जी, फार्मेसी से किसी ने इसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट बनाया?
हाँ जी मैम।
तो कहिए पढ़ दे फटाफट। It takes only 2 minutes.
कंसेप्चुअल में पढ़ दे सर, मेरा कंसेप्चुअल
1 मिनट मैम। एब्स्ट्रैक्ट की उन डेट पढ़ी होगी ना इसमें। मैम टॉपिक ऑफ पेपर इज किडनी टारगेटेड ड्रग डिलीवरी सिस्टम। हेलो,
हाँ जी, आपकी ना मेरा ख्याल बैंडविड्थ की प्रॉब्लम चल रही है, एंड वी आर गेटिंग अ वेरी आई थिंक स्लो टोन, एंड वो टूट टूट के आ रही है। एक बार चेक कीजिए प्लीज, अपना इंटरनेट कनेक्शन इज प्रॉपर। हाँ जी, ठीक है
मैम, स्पीड इज ओके,
अभी ओके है। हाँ जी, बोलिए।
Abstract of paper entitled Kidney Targeted Drug Delivery System.
Fine.
Nephropathic complications such as hypertension, inflammation, and urinary tract infection due to disorder of renal physiological function are associated with antibiotics, hormones, NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs with narrow therapeutic index.
Okay. Fine. G.
Kidney, mesangial cell, and media fibroblasts target specific novel drug delivery systems such as macromolecular carriers, prodrugs, nanoparticles, and liposome may improve systemic diseases, which is due to renal disease and pathological conditions such as reduced renal artery perfusion and proteinuria, and consequently provide relief from the above serious complications. Kidney targeted delivery systems may reduce financial burden on the patients by improving the therapeutic index of the drugs used in the treatment of renal disease and delaying expensive kidney dialysis and transplantation. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, ये जो आपने बोला सारा कुछ, has this a part of the paper?
Yeah, ma'am. These are the parts of paper.
अच्छा, मुझे ये बताओ कहाँ पे है ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिवनेस की बात की हुई है? Just tell me in the paragraph in which the author has talked about the cost effectiveness.
Paper. 1 minute.
आपने अंडरलाइन किया होगा कहीं पे?
Yes, ma'am. Page number 38.
जी.
In third paragraph.
Okay. The targeting anti-inflammatory and this transmitted. Okay.
Under introduction heading.
वो मैं समझ गई आपकी बात. Treatment of this. Thank you so much. Now one can realize that when two persons take up the same paper, they will put up the abstract in entirely different manner, and you can see for yourself it is always what you comprehend from the paper you would like to include in the abstract. And if I simply read what was written by the author has simply written, kidney-targeted drug delivery systems represent a promising technology to improve drug efficiency and safety in the treatment of renal diseases. In this review, we summarize the strategies that have been employed to develop kidney-targeted drug delivery system. We also describe how macromolecular carriers and proteins play crucial roles in targeting drugs to particular target cells in the kidney. New technologies render it possible to create renal targeting conjugates and other delivery systems, including nanoparticles and liposomes, present promising strategies to achieve the goal of targeting drugs to the kidney. So see, here one big mistake is made in the abstract. Whenever we write abstract, we try to avoid the usage of we. Always write the third person and never use we, right? So simply write kidney targeted and whatever. I find that the two which you have written, they clearly give us an idea why this review was carried out and what are the strategies which have been compared or enlisted by the authors of the paper, and then how they are going to benefit the kidney, the people with the kidney problems. So thank you very much, both the members at JL, the Kite and Might. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I think from Meerut also we have one from JSS also. Now I go to Northern Institute. Please, Ajav. Ji.
Hello, I'm from Northern Engineering College. From CSE department.
Okay. Ma'am, paper which you have picked up, give us the... Hanji.
Then this is the paper, Numerical Performance Evaluation of Heterogeneous Multi-Server Models, Breakdowns and FCFS, LCFS Preemptive and LCFS Non-Preemptive Repair Strategies.
ये आपने कोई और अपना पेपर लिया या the one which I sent? बोलो.
This one paper.
I have sent, okay. Mechanical CSC. G. Now let's continue.
The abstract is in the communication channels. There are numerous communications and distributed processing systems where preemptive jobs can be quite expensive. Nowadays, reducing the response time under this constraint is a primary issue. So, multi-server performance models are used in communication channels to reduce the average response time of the non-preemptive scheduling policies. So, for this solution, spectral expansion method was introduced. So basically this paper is a brief about how to evaluate the different repair strategies using spectral expansion algorithm in a heterogeneous multi-server system.
Okay.
So then this paper is regarding about the spectral expansion method to reduce this one problem.
Okay, मैम आपने बोला है वो different हो गया end में आके और आपने लिखा है the paper will brief you about. अब you are not the author, तो आपको तो अपनी review में add करना है इसको. So this language will not go. I'll not comment. Let's listen from the person who is the author of this paper, Abhilash. Over to Mr. Abhilash at MIT. हाँ जी अभिलाष जी.
Excuse me, ma'am.
हाँ जी.
मैम JSS इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से.
हाँ जी.
इसी पेपर के ऊपर अब्स्ट्रैक्ट मैंने भी लिखा है, आप थोड़ा.
हाँ जी जी सर बोलिए बोलिए.
मैम ये पेपर रिव्यू करने के बाद कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशंस मैंने किया है.
वो ऑब्जर्वेशंस आप बाद में दीजिएगा. यू कैन राइट टू अभिलाष, लेकिन अभी एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ दीजिए.
ओके. Abstract ये है the application of heterogeneous multi-server system in this contemporary world. Therefore, Models, performance, breakdowns, repair strategies are to be evaluated systematically and precisely. The repair strategies like first come first serve, FCFS, and last come first serve, preemptive resume, and last come first serve, non-preemptive resume are modeled and the numerical performance are evaluated in this paper.
Okay. Thank you very much, Abhilash. मेरा एक comment है, whenever we are writing abstract, the abstract
Yes, ma'am.
has to be written always in past tense. What has been done, वो देना है कि what was carried out and what were the major findings of that. लेकिन when I look at the abstract, whether it is the first one or the second one, काफी आप लोगों ने प्रेजेंट टेंस में बात की है. तो अभिलाष, आपने ये पेपर लिखा था, तो आप कैन यू ब्रीफ द ऑडियंस
जी मैम
about your paper on numerical performance evaluation of heterogeneous multi-server models with breakdowns and FCFs, LCFs, PR, LCFS, NPR repair strategies. So just give in 2 minutes the abstract what you have done. Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, basically we were thinking that if we are having a heterogeneous multi-server model.
जी, आप सिर्फ ये बताओ how you carried out the research, what was the objective, what you did, and what were the major findings. बोलो.
Okay, ma'am, the objective was to find out the performance of heterogeneous multi-server systems, which are prone to failure. Okay. And if the multi-server system fails, then we will send it for the repair. And our objective was to find out the performance of the queue at the repairman side. And the objective was to find out the performance of the system with various scheduling strategies like first come first serve, last come first serve, non-preemptive, and last come first serve, preemptive resume.
Okay.
And the hypothesis was that the multi-server systems, that means the total system is heterogeneous, different type of jobs are coming and different type of servers are there, and the number of repairmen are less than, basically very less than the number of systems we are having.
Okay, तो hypothesis क्या था? ये तो assumptions है ना?
And the
हाँ जी. Okay, go ahead. What were the final results?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the final results?
Basically, ma'am, we find out that out of several strategies, FCS, LCFS, and FCFS. So FCFS was the best one.
Best
for,
one in terms
the
of
queuing system. That means in terms of ma'am, in terms of the job comings. And the arrival rate and the mean queue length, that means how many systems are there in the system, how many jobs are there in the system.
Fine.
So we find out the relationship between the arrival rate and the queue length.
Okay, fine. So thank you very much. The other member at JSS has certain observations. Would you like to take it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, over to JSS.
Yes, ma'am.
Hanji, you wanted to give your observations to the author, so please go ahead.
Yeah, the base paper that we have used is number 18. And in this, the parameters that was used was job scheduling. And इस particular basis में 2-3 paper already extension हुआ है, that is paper number 21. और heterogeneous मल्टी सर्वर मॉडल्स क्या है और इसके बारे में पेपर नंबर 19 और 20 के पूरा बताया गया है. और जो पैरामीटर्स दैट वर डिस्कस्ड इज इनफाइनाइट एंड फाइनाइट क्यू कैपेसिटी और प्रीएम्प्टिव एंड नॉन प्रीएम्प्टिव. लेकिन ये जो न्यूमेरिकल परफॉर्मेंस एवेल्यूएशन ऑफ हेटेरोजेनियस जो लिखा है, तो ये न्यूमेरिकल परफॉर्मेंस में सिर्फ इन्होंने एक टेक्निक यूज किया है, दैट इज मीन स्क्वायर लेंथ और मीन अराइवल रेट. तो ये थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन लग रहा था मैम. तो
I
इसलिए
think Abhilash, if you can clarify or you have some response to the question, please go ahead. अभिलाष कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
मैम मेरे को लास्ट पॉइंट समझ नहीं आया. जी मैम.
सर ने कहा कि
मैम मेरे को
आपने
लास्ट पॉइंट समझ में नहीं आया. सर क्या कह रहे थे?
उन्होंने कहा कि आपने 2 चीजें ली हैं, शायद क्यूलेंथ क्या लिया था?
यस मैम. मीन क्यूलेंथ.
मीन क्यूलेंथ ही आपने यूज की है.
जी.
हाँ जी सर, अपना क्वेश्चन रिपीट कर दीजिए.
मैम क्वेश्चन ये था, जब
न्यूमेरिकल परफॉर्मेंस इवैल्यूएशन करते हैं
किसी भी एक पर्टिकुलर ऑल्गो के ऊपर, दैट इज द ऑल्गो जो इन्होंने लिखा है स्पेक्ट्रल एक्सपेंशन ऑल्गो, तो इसमें इन्होंने जो टेक्निक यूज किया है परफॉर्मेंस के लिए, दैट इज मीन स्क्वायर लेंथ और मीन अराइवल रेट.
जी.
और ये जो इनका जो स्टडी जो था, दैट वाज ऑन प्रीएम्प्टिव एंड नॉन प्रीएम्प्टिव.
जी.
तो ये थोड़ा कुछ कंफ्यूजन लग रहा मैम.
सर मिस्टर अभिलाष, आप क्लैरिफाई कर सकते हैं?
Yes ma'am, I have a clarification.
जी. Go ahead.
Basically ma'am,
one
QBD process is there, quasi birth and death process.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir, one QBD process is there, quasi birth and death process. And if we want to solve this particular process, then 2 algorithms are only there. The very first is the geometric method, and the second one is spectral expansion.
Okay.
The second method, spectral expansion, is given by my guide, which is a co-author in this paper, Dr. Ram Chakka.
Okay.
So when he was at Newcastle University, he developed a method to solve the QBD process. So we just in this particular paper, we use his algorithm on the spectral expansion to solve a QBD process. And what a heterogeneous multi-server model, we framed this particular model as a QBD process, and then we solved that QBD process using a spectral expansion. So just what performance we want to measure, and these performances was the mean Q length and the arrival rate, the relationship between the mean Q length and the arrival rate. So the what paper you are saying, that means paper number 19. Hello sir.
Yes sir. The paper number 19 will talk about heterogeneous multi-server model की history के बारे में बताएगा.
चलो, I think
yes, sir, basically this particular paper is by Dr. Ram Chakka with his guide, Dr. E.C. Mitrani. So he defined a model in this particular paper.
Fine, I think what you can do is, if you have the complete paper 19, 20 and 21st, and if you can send a copy to sir,
yeah, definitely.
You have got the email address of Shiva Gunjan I have in the email, so you can send that paper to her and she can pass on those papers to sir for further reading. Fine?
Okay ma'am.
Okay ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I think मुझे थोड़ा सा अभी जब abstract लिखते हैं, make sure that you decide that you are going to write what was the objective of the study, how the study was carried out, that means what was the independent and dependent variable, or what were the hypothesis, and then what were the major findings, and what if there is any suggestion for further research. So abstract जो हमें देना है, make sure it includes these 5 things, and all abstracts have the commonality. Then you write an integrative review for your thesis. Now friends, we come to the last part. I think time doesn't permit me to continue with this. So we come to, have you taken up the last part, that is sampling? Sampling पे किसी ने काम पूरा किया है? Any member who has thought of, जो अपनी पब्लिक सेक्टर वाली स्टडी थी नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट पे, Have you thought of how you will select a sample for this study? JSS, management group? नहीं. JSS Academy चले गए.
Ma'am, NBA is the topic for NIC, Northern India Engineering College. We have presented the presentation on NBA.
Just a minute.
NIC.
ये जो मुझे अभी आई थी प्रेजेंटेशन फ्रॉम मैनेजमेंट ग्रुप परफॉर्मेंस वाली, वो कौन से उसमें आई थी? विच कॉलेज?
NIEC, Northern India Engineering College.
Okay, Northern College of Engineering, NCE Delhi.
NIEC.
NIEC, Northern India
Engineering College.
ठीक है जी, ठीक है जी. आपका नाम तो मैं हमेशा ही गलत करती हूँ. NIEC से, okay, you were there for the presentation?
Yes, ma'am, from the management.
Okay, have you thought of how would you go about selecting a sample for this study?
Ma'am, it is judgmental, non-probability sampling, judgmental.
क्यों judgmental क्यों हो रहे हो?
Ma'am, actually it is based upon the study done with the help of questionnaire and the interview.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता. ऐसा है because once you say public sector banks, है ना?
Ma'am, it is basically on the judgment of the researcher.
No. Why? Because then you will not be able to actually generalize the findings of your study. And जब आप कह रहे हो तो you are based in Delhi, and Delhi, how many public sector banks are there?
Sorry, ma'am?
In Delhi, how many public sector banks are there? Delhi में कितने बैंक?
There are number of branches of each bank, like
बहुत सारे हैं. So, okay. So why do you want to go in for judgmental sampling? ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं होता. आप सर्वे स्टडी करने जा रहे हैं तो you have to go in for either the आपको करना क्या करोगे? बैंक लेना है. How many banks you would like to take up?
Ma'am, it's from public sector and private sector.
दोनों लेने हैं. So do you know the number of public and private banks in Delhi?
Sorry, ma'am?
How many public and private banks are there?
Ma'am, we will be collecting the data from certain branches only because it will not be possible for us to collect from every branch.
नहीं, ऐसा है, it cannot be judgmental. वही बोल रही हूँ. You need to know where the branches are available and which branch. So आपको delimit तो करना पड़ेगा ना. Either you delimit by the geographical area or you delimit by the number of public and private banks. Say you are taking 5 public banks and you are taking 5 private banks. Quota sampling में जा रहे हो. You can't simply say it is a judgmental sampling, right? So think over कि क्या करना है. तो सैम्पलिंग ऐसे नहीं कर लेना कि जजमेंटल जो मुझे कन्वीनियंट है मैं वो ले लूंगी. ऐसे नहीं होता.
Okay, ma'am.
So you need to
ऑथेंटिकेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, you have to go in for, अगर तो large number of banks are available, then it is better to go in for randomized sampling, or you have annual reports of few banks and you find that NPA is, the incidence of NPA is more in certain banks, then you can pick up those because your study is based on NPA. So where the incidence of NPA is more, you try to select those banks and then go for the study. Okay? हाँ, तो basis होगा आपके केस में. जहाँ पे हाँ, then you see where the number is more, वो बैंक आप select करोगे.
Okay, ma'am.
And then अगर आप NPA कर लेते हो, तो reason किससे लोगे? Are you going to take the reasons from the bank employees or the people who have gone in for जिन्होंने नहीं पे किया?
Ma'am, we will be taking from the employees, the officials of the bank.
Banks only. So you are restricting your study to bank only.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other group is here which would like to speak on sampling? Hanji.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I am Ankur Garg from JSS Noida. In continuation to the yesterday's topic presentation, we have identified the area role of information and communication technologies to enhance the performance of small enterprises in garment industry restricted to Delhi NCR region.
A small enterprise that is garment industry. Okay.
Right, ma'am.
हाँ जी, दिल्ली में ही NCR region में.
NCR region. So I have taken 4 major districts out of that. That is, one is Noida, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, and Central Delhi.
Gurgaon, Faridabad, and
Noida,
हाँ जी,
Ghaziabad, and Delhi, Central Delhi.
Okay.
So I will be using stratified random sampling to collect the data from different units of these regions.
अच्छा, आपने लिख दिया stratified. मुझे थोड़ा सा elaborate कर दीजिए कि stratified क्या है?
Madam, stratified in which we will be dividing the geographical areas on a homogeneous elements or the units on which we are supposed to conduct the studies, the variables on which we are going to design our hypothesis for the study. So on the
ठीक है, चलिए.
So on the basis of the number of units in a particular geography, we will take out the percentage which can establish a relationship between the different strata which I have just put it down 4 or 5, so that the relationship can be established easily.
ये अब जब आपने कहा role of ICT to enhance small enterprise,
in enhanced performance
of small enterprise, that is garment industry.
Right, ma'am.
Okay. So ठीक है, stratified proportionate sampling. Proportionate लेना है या equal लेना है?
Ma'am, it will be proportionate.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. जी बिल्कुल ठीक है. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Anupam. हाँ जी, thank you. Any other member from any other institution would like to come up with the plan for sampling?
मैम सैंपलिंग वाली एक्सरसाइज नहीं करिए.
वो मुझे लग रहा है कि इंजीनियरिंग में वो सैंपल वाली बात नहीं आती है. Only the number of observations you are going to take up in the experimental setup वो आती है. So it is more applicable where you have human subjects, where you would like to have organizations, या जैसे कि a particular drug and you would like to see the effect on the human subject who are suffering from a particular disease. So how many patients you will actually take up, or what will be the delivery time or drug delivery, उसकी frequency क्या रहेगी, वो चीजें आ सकती हैं. लेकिन यहाँ पे otherwise इंजीनियरिंग में आपको सैंपल नहीं आता. It is जैसे आपने customer satisfaction देखनी है, yes, you need to select a sample where you want to see the effect of TQM on the employee's performance, or TQM का effect on the industrial performance or organizational performance. तो ऐसे cases में we need to go in by some of the selection of the sample. But basically जो laboratory में है, जो आप simulators पे करते हो, optimization पे number of observations you need to restrict. बाकी sample तो नहीं आ रहा. ठीक है. अभी बट जैसे सिविल में है, तो आपने सिविल में जैसे एक स्टडी जो मैंने भेजी थी उसमें उसने लिया था क्यूबिकल जो आपके हैं और सिलेंड्रिकल लिया था. तो ऐसे मतलब यू नीड टू थिंक ओवर व्हाट विल बी द सैंपल. जैसे अभी मैम ने बोल रहे थे कि ओपन सॉफ्टवेयर लिया, सो वन ओपन सॉफ्टवेयर सम मॉडिफिकेशन डन, तो वो सैंपल नहीं है, वो एक्चुअली दैट इज वेयर यू हैव ब्रॉट इन चेंजेस. तो मुझे इंजीनियरिंग में सैंपल तो wherever the human being is included or where the organizations are included or the number of machines are included, वो सैंपल उसमें चाहिए होगा. Any question which the audience has at this juncture? कोई सवाल है आपका?
नहीं मैम, हमारी तरफ से कुछ नहीं है. जी मैम.
Okay, मेरी request to all the coordinators would be to get hold of all those tasks which have been accomplished by the participants and
Yes,
send
ma'am.
these tasks to me after the course. After the course आप मुझे भेज दीजिएगा. We'll come up with
जी.
a complete file and that can be circulated to all the members. Right? तो जो जो काम आप
Okay, ma'am.
किया
Yes,
है
ma'am.
उसको कंपाइल कर लीजिएगा, एक फाइल बना के उसको ईमेल कर दीजिएगा. Then we'll share with each other and so that
जी.
people learn from each other's experience. So thank
Okay,
you
ma'am.
very much. For the tomorrow's program, there is little change in the program. The very first session will be taken up by Dr. S.P. Bedi, and then it will be followed by Dr. R.P. Diaz talk on experimental research from 11:30 to 1 p.m. The task session has been postponed from 2 to 4. So 2 to 3 you'll be working on the task and from 3 to 4 you'll be making the presentations on the task assigned by Dr. Bedi. Fine. So tomorrow she'll be dealing with the measuring tools, how to design and develop questionnaires, interviews, observation schedules, and then it will be followed by experimental research by Dr. R.P. Dhaya. So my request, please be present, all the members, so that you can benefit from the expert opinion on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good day, ma'am.
Good day, ji.